kuten luvattua, niin me pelattiin äsken Metal Gear Solid 2 läpi. Ja juonenkäänteitä ja twistiä tuli ihan niin valtavasti. Mutta se on tärkeä peli, tuo MGS2, mikä pelattiin silläkin, että se on kytköksissä niin moneen muuhun peliin. Ja erityisesti nyt tämä seuraava peli, mitä me tullaan pelaamaan, eli Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Tällä pelillä on valtavat setit ja jutut, mitkä on pakko vaan käydä läpi, jos me ikinä halutaan pelata Metal Gear Solid 4 järkevästi millään tasolla läpi. Niin tosiaan Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, pelisarjan ehkä parhaimpia pelejä lähestulkoon ehdottomasti. Tää on vähän mullakin niinkö siinä, että onko se tämä vai Metal Gear Solid 4. Se varmaan on semmonen, että se vähän riippuu, että millä päällä on, ja sitten myös siitäkin, että pelaako Metal Gear Solid 4 pätkissä vai yhteen putkeen. Mutta pikemmittä puheitta pistetään peli päälle. Eli vuosi on 1964, ja meillä ei olekaan päähenkilönä Solid Snake, vaan jokin muu henkilö, joka käy sitten ilmi tarinan myötä. Okei, taas hyväksytään soppari. Joo, sama juttu, agree. No niin. Versus Mission. Ja katsotaanpa, mitäs kielivaihtoehtoja tässä on. Kato, japanikin löytyy tässä versiossa. Kiva. On kyllä tehnyt päivityksiä. Jotain pieniä... Oho, tähän tulee aika juttujakin. The timing for scene used to trigger a certain cutscene is slightly different from the original game. Eli tähän on tulossa päivityskin, joka matchaa sitten. Okei. Hyvä tietää. Ja mitä downloadissa on? Japaniksi kielipäkki. Ja mennään varmaan Eurooppa-versiolla. Mä en muista mitä eroja oli Pohjois-Amerikan versiossa. No. Mennään näin. Mikä meillä on ollut ja itselläni on ollut alkuperäinen. Mulla löytyy vieläkin Subsistence-kaapista niiden kaikkien levyjen kerran. Siitä kokoelmasta mä oon iloinen. Se oli tosi vaikea löytää nimittäin itellä aikanaan tuo Subsistence. Siinä on valtavasti kyllä pelattavaakin. PS2 siis. Ja tässä on aika makeeta alkuvalikkokin. No niin. Taustalla onkin meidän Foxi. Taas. Camera left captions. Joo, nää menee ihan ok. Special. Basic Actions fotoalbum. Joo, muuten ei ole vielä uusi peli. Ja tää on ihan hauska tässä aluksi sanotaan, että tykkään pelata MGS-sarjaa ensimmäistä kertaa. Sitten on minä pidän MGS1, pidän MGS2 tai pidän MGS3. Niin, tässä on joitakin, mä en ehkä tässä vaiheessa viitti kaikkia kertoakaan mihin tää vaikuttaa, mutta varmaan laitetaan, että mä ehkä tykkään MGS1 nyt tällä erää. Ja mennään vaikeustasolla normal.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Kuuban ohjuskriisin aikoihin sijoittuu tämän pelin tarinaa setti. Triple että siis heitä vaipat jalkaan ja rupea pelaamaan Dead Space remakea. Siinä on loistava peli. Onnea matkaan. Ja jos väijät vaikeammalla läpi, niin ilmoittele. Se on aika vaikea nimittäin. Ainakin alkuperäinen PS3 oli. Ja tässä on älyttömän hyvät ääninäyttelyt tässä pelissä. Herranen aika. Jos jossakin pelisarjan pelissä on niinku huippu ääninäyttelyä.
Approaching Soviet airspace. 20 minutes to drop off. Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute. All right. You ready to go? Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay. Good. We've got high visibility. oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing? Approaching release point. 10 minutes to drop off. Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Tässä tekee historiaa.
Pressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Hienosti tehty PS2, saadaan niinku vaatteet lepattamaan tuulen myötä kunnolla. Ja Harry Gregson Williams taas vauhdissa niinku näette. Sama kuin Metal Gear Solid 2:ssakin. Tässä pelissä on aivan loistava soundtrack kyllä.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off.
Ohjaa tärisee ikään sikana.
Activate the alarm bottle.
This is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump.
No niin, maailman ensimmäinen halohyppy.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status
Tää on helvetin hieno tää peli alku.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings.
Good to fly. God be with you.
Ja nyt lähtee. Holy shit.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
Now, don't get cocky. This isn't a training arm.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned space.
Tässä on aika hyvin yhdistetty niinku oikeita videota ja pelivideota keskenään niinku ristiin.
But there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin to orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket.
Miten se meni se laulu? Lennä Yuri Gagarin, lennä.
Multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development, become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story. So why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the west. He used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent.
Älytön reissu, kun 600
It was
mailia
only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba.
Oikeeta Kennedy-matskua.
The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba.
Siinä kyllä aika lähellä maailmanloppu. Tosielämä
In order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete. We were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea.
Tekijät jatka laulua. Tule elävänä takaisin. Hyvä. Joku muukin tietää se kappaleen. Nostan hattua Trekle.
President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. Once more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No. Missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon.
Kunnon kraateri.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs? Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he were still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Laskeutuminen jatkuu. Ja kaikki tämä PS2:lla. Ja Peliluola R1, niin halutessa voi myös katsoa silmistä päin, miltä näyttää tilanne tälleen.
If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Fultonikin on vasta teoria tuohon aikaan.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talon?
She's equipped with 2 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as 2 40mm
Flying Fortress.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
Ei mennyt ihan nappiin. Kattokaa tuota varjoa selässä. Niin kun puista tulee varjokin hahmon päälle. Ja kaikki PS2. Lähellä oltiin, ettei lähdetty putoamaan pari kilsaa alaspäin tyyli. Näyttää aikamoiselta pudotukselta. David is back. Nyt pääsette näkemään ensimmäisiä koodekkia heittomerkissä.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory. Somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other.
Laser Zero.
Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
Ammattilaisia.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.
Tuttu numero.
I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
No niin. Ja ensimmäisenä me aletaan koodekki kiusaamaan.
Snake, first you need to find that backpack you lost on the way down. Your backpack got caught on a tree to the north. Try heading in that direction.
Kiusataan lisää.
Snake, you said your backpack got...
Tässä on aika paljon koodekki-keskustelua tässä pelissä. Osa on älyttömän hauskaa.
There was, but...
Perfect.
Perfect?
Indeed. You can climb any ivy-covered tree by standing in front of the ivy and pressing the action button. Climb the tree and retrieve your backpack.
kiusataan lisää.
Snake, first you need to find that backpack you lost on the way down. Your backpack got caught on a tree to the north. Try heading in that direction.
No niin, saako hermostumaan? Ei ole enempää. Okei. Okay. Lähdetääpä liikkeelle. No niin, tässä pelissä on sitten huomattavasti enemmän erilaisia mekaniikkoja ja juttuja, mitä sitten pelin myötä käydään läpi. Ja niin kuin näette, niin täällä on Backpack, Food, Cure ja Camouflage jo ensimmäisenä. Okei. Okay. Ja sitten tässä on vihdoin kunnolla vapaasti pyöritettävä kamera, mikä tulee sarjan muihinkin peleihin onneksi sitten paremmin. Tässä nyt... Muistakohan mä nappulat? Tuossa on toi... Tuosta noin. Sieltä tää puu. Vähän saa totutella. Sitä on nimittäin, mä myönnän, että pitkä aika kun viimeksi on pelannut tota. Mutta oliko se, että tässä pystyy hedelmiäkin ampua? Se sanoo, että mulla pitäisi olla pistooli, mutta se ei näy kyllä mulla tossa. Paljonko tässä muuten se koputus on? Mä pystyn tässä tekemään niin. Ei, siellä tarvitaan vähän rajumpaa. Tuo. Oliko tässä muuten koodikin keskustelu?
Snake, see that fallen tree?
Yeah.
Check it out.
Why?
Just do it.
There's a crevice under this fallen tree.
If you lie down and crawl, you can wedge yourself into the crevice. To lie down and crawl from a standing position, press and hold the crawl button. When you want to stand back up, press and hold the crawl button again. Got it?
Yeah, but...
But what?
Was that the only reason?
What do you mean?
You had me check it just so you could tell me that?
That's right. Pretty useful, huh?
Right.
Shall we carry on?
By all means.
Hyvin käydään tutorialilla tässä
When
pelissä.
you're out in nature, you'll find lots of places that you can crawl inside. You can use those places to hide from enemies. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of those hiding places. So always look around with first-person view and survey your surroundings. Snake, first you need...
Toista. Alright, lähdetäänpä eteenpäin. Vaatii heti totuttelua, kun MGS2 kamera on enemmän lukittu ja tässä saa niin vapaasti pyörittää tätä. Se tekee niin paljon mukavemman gameplayn osalta, kun pystyy tän tekemään näin. Vapaasti voi katsella. No niin. Tuleeko tästä muuten sanomista?
Snake, did you climb that tree?
Yes.
Good. So the backpack?
Not yet.
Not yet? Don't tell me you went up the tree just to take in the view.
Tässä on oikeasti tosi paljon koodikkikeskustelua, jos ajoittaa se.
Climbing a tree does give you a wider range of view. You can use it for scouting. But what you need to do now is retrieve your backpack. Understood?
Yeah.
The backpack is on the branch pointing east on that tree, right? Walk along the branch and get it. Be careful not to fall. You should be able to grab your backpack if you hang from the branch by pressing the action button.
Kiusataanpa vielä.
You should be able to...
Toista. Okei. Okay. Tälleen pystyy tiirailemaan täältä puun päältä. Kun on predatori.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it.
Ja muistaakseni tässä oli se painomekaniikkakin, että kuinka paljon sulla on tavaraa mukana. Tässäkin vaikuttaa johonkin asioihin pelissä.
After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds...
Niin, että stamina-mekaniikka on tosi mielenkiintoinen.
Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will
deteriorate. Toisin kuin edellisessä pelissä, niin tässä pelissä äänenvaiminen kuluu. Ja voi käyttää ihan loputtomia.
So don't get too trigger happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat or bodily waste.
Elikkä kakka ja pissa piiloon lapiolla.
Your presence in enemy territory is a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide.
Cyanidikapseli meille. Jee. Tarvittaessa itsemurha. Voidaan tehdä.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy.
Sekin muuten tosielämän juttuja, että niillähän oli. Se oli muistaakseni ommelta posken alueella tai sille, että hampailla pystyi puraisemaan siihen. Niin omaan poskeen ja se pilleri ja cyanidi leviää sitten. Ricardi laittaa chattiin moi. Morjesta Ricardi. Kiva nähdä.
If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
The real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic?
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Female
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is
145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your thoughts.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means
suomalaisittain kaveria jätetä.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake? Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a Snake. The Cobra unit. A group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Tässä pelissä on aivan älyttömän hyvät ääninäyttelijät.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Kohta tulee legendaarinen sitaatti.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Noin. Okei. Ja nythän meillä on paljonkin juttuja. Tää voidaan katsoa läpi. Ja tässä heti nämä numerot tulee tähän muistiin. Se on sinänsä ihan kiva.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
Ja tässä pelissä on niin paljon erilaisia juttuja ja mekaniikkoja, että tarvii useamman läpi pelun kerran, että voi kaiken näyttää melkein. Sen mä sanon suoraan. Mutta tässä on valtavasti tarjottavaa tässä pelissä.
And your hands shake more. Your O2 gauge and grip gauge also become shorter. Excessively low stamina can often impede your mission objectives. Make sure you replenish stamina before that occurs.
Tässä toi stamina-mekaniikka on syytä pitää mielessä.
That area is home to the reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer.
Mitä possunkin?
Their most
Kuinka iso se
distinguishing
oikein
feature is the mesh
on
pattern
sitten,
of
kun se
their
syö
scales.
possun
This
yhtenäisenä?
pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. Ah, you're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Okei. Hyvänmakuisia käärmeitä.
I can hardly wait.
Tarvittaessa. Ja voi heittää vihollisen päällekin. Ja se oikeasti pystyy tekemään.
Eat food to recover stamina. Capture plants and animals to get food. I have information on the local plants and animals, so don't hesitate to ask.
Okei.
To take a rest, all you have to do is save and exit the game. The next time you load your save data and continue the game, your stamina and life will have recovered. How much they recover depends on how long of a rest you take.
Eli mitä kauemmin on pelistä poissa, sen enemmän HP ja stamina ja life-hommat on siinä mielessä sidottu peliaikaan.
Save the game and take a rest and you'll be back on your feet.
I hope that never happens.
So do I. But you never know. Just don't forget, okay?
I won't.
To eat food, press the start button to enter the survival viewer, then select food. Select the food you want to eat and press the enter button. Select eat and you will eat the selected food. When you eat, you will recover your stamina, but the extent of recovery depends on what you eat. When your stamina is down only slightly, you should save your tastier morsels for later.
Eli pienempiä ruokia Ai niin, ja tässä pelissä ruokakin muuten menee märäksi, jos on liian pitkään.
Snake, that area is inhabited by the giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake.
Morjesta vain, Miska. Kiva nähdä.
It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
Miten ihmeessä käärme voi vetää se joku krokotiili alas? Se on ihan älytä. Älytä hirviö.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you.
Onko se hyvä kuin anaconda?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
Kaikki maistamaan.
I see you have a calorie mate.
Calorie mate?
The thing you're holding now?
Tuo calorie mate on muuten oikea tuote, mitä voi ostaa ihan ja syödä.
It's pretty good.
Okay.
Mä en muista, se oli aika kallista ja ei maistu oikein kummoselta, mutta se säilyy hyvin pitkään.
Calorie mate is an energy supplement that contains all the proteins, lipids, vitamins, carbohydrates and minerals.
Pitäisi joskus ostaa toi calorie mate ja tehdä vaikka video ja sanoa, mitä se oikeasti maistuu.
Because of that, it's just perfect for giving your body the nutrition it needs in combat.
It sounds like a space age food.
Real astronaut food is not very good, but that should taste fine.
Yeah, and it'll help balance out all this jungle food I'm eating.
It's easy and quick to eat, so it's perfect when you're running late for an important mission in the morning.
I've never been late for a mission.
Really? Aren't you always keeping people waiting? It's easy to keep track of your calorie intake and receive the nutrition your body needs, so it's good for losing weight too. All of the geisha girls in Japan use it for watching their calories.
They're also slim.
Right, and any diet where you eat nothing at all is bad for the body.
I see. You seem to know a lot about Japan, don't you?
Yes, I love Japan. Snake, that area is inhabited by magpies. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh? If you use the tranquilizer gun, you should be able to capture magpies alive.
Okay, so how do they taste?
You always ask me that.
Naturally. So?
I've never heard of anybody actually eating a magpie, but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
You don't say.
Maistuukohan se kanalle, kun se on lintu?
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Tärkein kysymys.
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
Probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Se oppaassa.
Pretty useless guide if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
No meidän pitää sitten maistaa.
You should be able to find Russian oyster mushrooms in that area. The Russian oyster mushroom is an edible variety that belongs to the shimeji family. It's known to be particularly rich in vitamin B1 and niacin. Apparently,
Niacin, eikö
it's
se
usually found
ole
growing on tree
eikö
stumps
se
and
energiajuomissa on
logs.
niaciniä
So look
muistaakseni?
there if you want to eat some.
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic or a doctor?
I'm a well-respected physician. Or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
So?
So what?
Your reputation. How was it?
My,
Ei tuo vastausta
you're
helpolla.
relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So?
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
Is that
Quack.
true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack.
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do
Quack,
and we
quack.
have to stay focused. Besides, my past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yes.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me.
This will okay.
You should be able to find Siberian inkcap mushrooms growing in that area. The Siberian inkcap is a mushroom from the inkcap family. Its life cycle is transitory. As soon as the spores mature,
Tässä jotenkin oppii
it
valtavasti.
starts to turn black, liquefy, and melt away.
And that's why they call it an ink cap?
That's right. It doesn't really turn to liquid, but you get the idea. In its immature state, before it melts away, it's valued as a source of food. Just be sure not to eat them while you're drinking alcohol.
What's that?
Ink caps contain coprin, which inhibits the function of aldehyde dehydrogenase. This prevents the body from breaking down alcohol, causing a buildup of acetaldehyde.
Meaning?
Meaning it will give you the hangover from hell.
Oh.
Elikkä...
Wait a minute.
What?
You think I'd drink alcohol in the middle of a mission?
Wouldn't you?
Hell no.
Well, I'm knocking a shot back now.
What?
Just teasing you.
Ha!
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of humor?
I need a drink.
If you have any questions about stamina or healing, just ask me. I'll tell you everything you need to know. It'll have to be over the radio, though.
So you won't be able to see me naked, then?
Yeah, I'm devastated. But I'll bet that 50 years from now, you'll be able to see who you're talking to on the radio.
Sinänsä hauska tää, mitä tuo heitti dialogin.
I don't know. Somebody somewhere might just decide to give you a call.
Wouldn't surprise me. Let's both pray that.
Tavallaan puhuivat niinku koodikista. Ja jos nykyään kännyköistä.
Russian false mango grows in that area. The Russian false mango is a mango-like fruit found only in Salino
Nyt me nähtiin siinä puussa.
The egg-shaped fruit is sweet and tangy with a pleasing aroma, just like a mango. Also, the seeds can be used to make a medicine that aids in digestion. It might come in handy if you ever have an upset stomach.
Ehkä sen siemeniä hyödyntää.
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs.
Onko tää sama dialogi?
The tree
Tai
frogs.
kelloa, jos on sama.
Say, Snake, about that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something?
Yeah.
The mask?
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
Raidenillahan on vähän samanlainen maski tossa.
Yeah,
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Remember it, it slips away from me again.
Siinä jos aloitetaan se Raidenin osuus.
I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
How would I?
That's it!
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Ah, I feel better.
Kärpänen.
Why?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard.
The Fly 2 on helkkari huono leffa.
That's a good movie.
En suosittele. Ensimmäinen ihan katsottava.
When you get hurt, your body will heal itself naturally over time. However, the speed at which your life recovers depends on how much stamina you have at the time. The more stamina you have, the faster you'll recover. So if you want your wounds to heal quickly, you should eat something and replenish your stamina first.
Okay.
You should be able to find Russian oyster mushrooms in that area.
Tähän me ollaan käyty.
The Russian oyster...
Onko vielä uutta?
To eat food, press
Tääkin on
the
sama. Ollaanko kaikki dialogit käyty?
You should be
Joo,
able to...
nyt ollaan aika hyvin käyty. The boss.
Camouflage is an indispensable tool when you're sneaking through the jungle. To use camouflage, first press the start button to go to the survival viewer. Then select camouflage and press the enter button. Select uniform to select battle fatigues and face.
Tässä pääsee kasvamaalaamaan.
Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment. The most effective camouflage is attained by selecting fatigues that blend in with the environment. Camouflage patterns that stand out in your surroundings will attract attention.
Ja se, miten viholliset näkee tässä pelissä, niin on sidoksia siihen, minkälainen kamo sulla on päällä.
Naturally, this means that close quarters combat will be more important than ever.
So I'll have plenty of chances to use CQC then.
That's right. In proximity encounters, firing a gun isn't necessarily the best response to every situation. It's only one option among many. Rather than taking the time to draw, aim, and fire a gun, engaging your opponent in hand-to-hand combat can sometimes be a faster and more reliable way of subduing him. Besides, in a sneaking mission like this one, it's too dangerous to go around firing your gun. You'll end up revealing yourself to the enemy.
Yeah, I know. You created CQC to deal with exactly this type of situation.
With your help, of course. In a battle situation, you'll only have a split second to decide how to attack. Use the weapon button to attack using a weapon, and the CQC button to attack using CQC.
Okay.
Press the CQC button once to throw a punch. Pressing it multiple times in succession
samalla kuin
will allow
aikaisemmissa?
you to deliver a combo attack. But striking your opponent is just one aspect of CQC. It doesn't really start to shine until you've got your enemy in a hold. Press and hold down the CQC button to grab your opponent with your right
Pohjassa,
hand.
joo.
From there, you can use the left stick to knock your opponent off balance and throw him to the ground. This can be used to knock an opponent down in a single blow.
Helposti unohtaa.
If you don't press the left stick, grapple with your enemy until you're behind them and can get your knife to their throat. Grabbing an enemy from behind and holding your knife against his throat will render him virtually powerless. From this point, there are several things you can do. By double-clicking the left stick button, you can slit his throat by using the knife. Move the left stick and press the CQC button to throw the enemy to the ground. Tap the CQC button rapidly to choke the enemy. You can use this to knock him out or even kill him if you do it long enough. By continuing to hold down the CQC button, you can move around while keeping your grip on the enemy. By pressing the weapon button, you can aim your currently equipped weapon at another enemy. With their comrade acting as a human shield, the enemy will be reluctant to attack you. Press the left stick button to press your knife against the enemy and demand information. You'll be surprised at how much you can learn this way. But don't get too complacent. While your enemy may be powerless in your grip, he'll use any opportunity he can to counterattack. You can only use CQC to grab enemies when your right hand is free to grab and pull them toward you. In other words, when you're barehanded or equipped with a one-handed weapon like a survival knife or a handgun. You won't be able to grab hold of enemies when equipped with two-handed weapons, such as the assault rifle or weapons such as hand grenades that don't leave your right hand free to control the enemy.
So in other words, I can't throw enemies with CQC when I'm holding an assault rifle or a hand grenade.
Exactly. Don't forget it.
Hyviä muistutuksia tulee tässä.
I see you wearing the olive drab uniform. Olive drab, or OD for short, is what you might call the pre-camouflage uniform. Plain-colored OD fatigues are still worn by infantry today, but they'll be replaced sooner or later by patterned camouflage. As you can see, it's got no colors or markings on it, so of course it won't make a very effective disguise. You should change into some other type of camouflage as soon as you can.
Joo, tehdäänpä tuo sitten.
The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's
ja Metal Gear Solid 2. Se oli M9.
It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds, but for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head, but if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully. Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission, so nobody out there is on your side. You have to determine how well your camouflage is working by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, that's what the camo index is for. The camo index
se on se mittari oikealla ylhäällä.
imitated the surroundings. The higher the index, the more well disguised you are. With a high enough camo index, you can even fool enemies inches away. If you are in an area where encounters are a high concern, keep your camo index high. Got it? In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission? That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons.
Ystistä.
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
You don't
Jeff Ramsey.
I'm glad to hear that.
Viidakon Jeff Ramsey.
That you haven't changed a bit. The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options function lets you change the settings to suit your individual style. The survival viewer is going to be your best friend in this mission, so learn to make the most of it. Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment. The most effective camouflage is painful. It takes more than just clothes to make a good disguise. To camouflage yourself effectively, you'll need to wear face paint. Face paint is camouflage applied to the face. Bare skin sticks out like a sore thumb in the jungle, so always protect yourself with face paint. Choose a color that matches the features of your surroundings, and use your finger to apply the face paint. Start by applying a light color, then gradually move up in darkness. That way, even if you make a mistake, you can cover it up with a later, darker color. In order to flatten the appearance of your face, use light colors on areas of the face that recede, and dark colors on areas that protrude. Open the survival viewer, go to camouflage, then select face, and you'll find a selection of face paints. Be sure to select a face paint that makes you blend right into your surroundings, okay? Camouflage is about blending in with nature. To ensure effective camouflage, you have to stay low and keep still. As long as you have camouflage fatigues, face paint that matches the environment, and lay on your stomach, you don't need to be concerned with being spotted by distant enemies.
Right.
On the other hand, no amount of camouflage will keep you hidden from the enemy if you're running around. So when you need to hide from the enemy, lie as low as possible and stay still. You can check the camo index to see how your movement
Niin liikkuminen vaikutti myös camo-indeksiinkin, joo. Se on dynaaminen.
Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid-colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers.
Eikä soltulla ei ollut kamoa täällä, mutta kaikessa muussa oli ekassa maailmansodassa.
The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough. To place a weapon on your person,
täällä on paljon sanottavaa, mutta tässä mä opin itsekin ja muistan niitä mekaniikkoja. Tässä pelissä on niitä aivan älyttömänä.
Will be shown in a window in the upper left. Select the weapon you wish to put on your person with the left stick and press the enter button to remove the weapon from your backpack and equip it to your person. However, you can only carry so many weapons at once on your person. Put unnecessary weapons back into your backpack. Select a weapon on your person from the weapon list and press the enter button to put that weapon into your backpack. Your situation determines what weapons are most useful. Consider this when choosing which weapons to put on your person. Okay, Snake? Press the first-person view button to switch to the first-person view. In first-person view, you can look at your surroundings through your own eyes. The overhead view's range is limited. If you plow ahead using only the overhead view, you put yourself in danger of running into an enemy without even realizing he was there. Make regular stops and check your surroundings with first-person view. Okay, Snake?
Ettei käynyt Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs.
The first-person view attack is a fundamental part of gunfighting. It allows you to aim in directions impossible to hit with the overhead view, like shooting enemies that are above or below you. It also makes it possible to aim for your enemy's weak points. When you need to take an enemy out in one shot, use a first-person view attack and aim for the head.
Pelaajakuningas heittää chattiin hei. Morjesta vain. Kiva nähdä.
The sooner you find the enemy, the better you'll be able to deal with the situation. So be sure to make use of sensors like the motion detector and active sonar. When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target.
Bossilla on paljon kertomista.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake.
Niin kuin lasertähtäinkin se on ollut vasta kehitteillä.
For the assault rifle and certain other weapons, pressing the weapon button will first ready the gun for shooting from the hip.
Jos joku jaksaa Wikipediasta katsoa tai jostakin, että milloin on tullut ensimmäinen lasertähtäin. Tai milloin se on alettu kehittämään. Olisi kiva tietää.
I understand, but that doesn't sound too accurate.
Of course not. So when you require pinpoint targeting, like when firing from afar or sniping, hold the aim button to aim. Carefully align your front and rear sights to concentrate fire and gain a sharper view on your target. Stalking is a movement technique that eliminates even the sound of your footsteps. Stalking involves putting your weight on your rear foot, then stepping forward slowly.
Eikö tuo Stalking kävelytyyli tavallaan se, mitä Metal Gear Solid 1:ssä Master Millerin mainitsi siinä koodikkikeskustelussa?
For dangerous objects or branches that might create a noise when stepped upon. Once you've determined the spot is safe to step on, slowly lower your foot to the ground, placing it down from the outside edge first, and then slowly lowering your weight onto the foot. Throughout the entire process, you have to strain your calves to retain balance. But all you need to do is press the directional button in the direction.
Se on tässä suoraan tehty, että sen pystyy tekemään se Stalking kävely. Se on tosi paljon helpompi.
And since your posture is low while stalking, you are that much less likely to be spotted by the enemy. Since you move cautiously while stalking, you will be able to detect a trap on the ground before it is set off. However, the slow, concentrated movement while stalking consumes high amounts of stamina. Switch between walking and running with the left stick and stalking with the directional buttons depending on the situation.
Tilanteen mukaan.
In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position secret from the enemy. Sometimes even the smallest sound can be enough to give your position away and get you killed. You'll have to make sure your weapons and equipment don't make noise bumping around.
Oliko tässä pelissä se, että... Joo, tässä pystyy esinekin hölskymään. Joo. Ja ne tekee ääntä myös, jos on niinku hullut tavarat päällä. Oliko se ihan niin, että se teki sitä ääntä? Sitäkin mä muistelin, että tässä oli joku äänijuttu tavaroihin liittyen. Nyt kun se mainitsi sen tuossa koodekissakin.
If you acquire information from enemies, the map may also display enemy unit positions and the location of items. To get information from an enemy, grab him from behind using CQC and press the left stick. To succeed in any mission, knowing how to put information about the zone of operation to effective use will be essential. Map will serve you well. Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight. Storing a heavy item on your person will cause your
niin, staminaa vaikuttaa myös, jos on raskaat esineet. Hitto, tässä on aika paljon muistamista sitten joissakin asioissa.
There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes.
Will. An unflinching will to survive no matter what.
Exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what. Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. Search each area carefully in first-person view. Use nature to its fullest extent. You'll thank me later.
Ympäristökäyttöön.
If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you.
Tässä pelissä oli aika hyvä, mutta monikanava ääni. Jo julkkariaikoihinkin.
Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Ei oo hajuaistin.
Thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a kid.
Siinä vähän rikottiin muuriin.
If you rapid fire the assault rifle,
se olisi aika siistiä, jos oikeasti pelaatessa voisi haistaa niin pelissä olevia tuoksia. Toisaalta en tiedä kaikissa kohdissa. Viemärikartat olisi aika pahoja.
Will stabilize the recoil and keep your hits more consistent. Even while hanging, you can fire your handgun with
niin
one arm.
roikkuessakin tulittaa.
And if you're attacked during a hanging maneuver, don't panic and claim the advantage.
No.
Equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or have its parts replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission.
Why's that?
Because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure their reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words, I can use the stuff I pick up right away?
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window.
Okei, yritän muistaa.
When you see an enemy, the first thing to do is conceal yourself and watch what he's doing. If you make any sudden moves, your camo index will decrease, and there's a good chance the enemy will catch sight of you. And don't start to panic just because an enemy is acting like he knows you're there. It doesn't necessarily mean he's figured out exactly where you are. As long as you hide someplace like the bushes and stay perfectly still, you'll usually come out all right. Stay calm, keep a grip on the situation, and use clear judgment. Got it? Your ultimate objective in this mission is to find Sokolov and get him to safety, not to slaughter the enemy.
So basically, I should avoid getting into battles, right? You don't have to tell me.
To avoid battles, it will be essential to scout out the enemy's numbers and positions. That's what your binoculars are for.
Näin, oliko mulla kiikarit mukana? Taisi ollakin.
Tell me, what's the advantage of a solo sneaking mission?
It's easier to go in undetected than with a group.
Exactly. And therein lies the entire reasoning behind this virtuous mission. This mission into Soviet territory is a violation of international law. If this gets out to the public, we'll be faced with an international crisis even greater than the one 4 years ago.
4 years ago, the U-2 crash.
Failure is not an option.
Not a problem. I'll get Sokolov out without them ever knowing I was here.
Your objective in this mission isn't to get into fights. But if you're faced with a situation where you have no choice but to get rid of an enemy, attack him from behind. If you use stalking to sneak up behind an enemy and take him out in one strike, the other enemies probably won't even notice. If it doesn't look like you'll be able to sneak up from behind, wait for him to come toward you. Either figure out the enemy's patrol route and get there before he does, or make a sound or throw something to get his attention.
Heittää
And if
jotain.
he does
Niin
spot you,
tietenkin
don't
käärmeitä voi
hesitate.
heittää
Take him
sammakkoja ja
out before
muitakin
he has
juttuja
a
tässä
chance
pelissä.
to alert his comrades to your presence. Got it? Enemies pose a greater threat when they patrol in squads. The members of a squad are constantly watching out for each other, making it difficult to take them out without being noticed. If you absolutely have to attack a squad, use CQC or a gun equipped with a suppressor and start with the last one in line, then work your way up.
Ehkä viimeinen tyyppi ryhmässä. Siitä eteenpäin.
A tactical reload is a change of magazines carried out before the bullets in the magazine are completely used up. It keeps you from running out of bullets near your enemies, so that you can keep up your level of firepower, and you will always have a bullet in your chamber. The trick is, don't lower your gun or your line of sight when reloading. Keep your line of sight up and concentrate on your surroundings while changing magazines. And don't forget to retrieve magazines that still have bullets remaining in them. The actual procedure involves unequipping your gun.
Muistankohan mä, että tämä miten se meni prekuulle?
That will load the gun with a new magazine.
Se on vähän erilainen kuin Metal
I
Gear Solid
recommend
1.
pressing the weapon window button quickly to carry out a quick reload.
Se on vaan R2 nopeuttaa lujaa. Okei. Se on sitten sama kuin Metal Gear Solid 2.
So be sure to make use of sensors like the
Tää on käyty tää dialki.
Selecting no paint for face under camouflage lets you remove your face paint. But without face paint, your camouflage alone won't be sufficient. So if you need a high camo index, make sure you're wearing face paint. Got it? The square's camouflage consists of a series of squares, each varying slightly in color and shape from the next. It has the effect of making the contours of the person wearing it more difficult to distinguish. You'll find it especially useful against brick and rusted metal backgrounds. For the assault rifle and certain other weapons, pressing the weapon button will first ready the gun for shooting from the hip. If you're in a close quarters fight,
mulla on semmonen kutina, että varmaan, tai 1/3 on osa varmaan näistä kaikista vinkkeistä.
Observe where your shots are hitting and correct your aim accordingly.
I understand, but that doesn't sound too accurate.
Of course not. So when you require pinpoint targeting, like when firing from afar or sniping, hold the aim button to aim. Carefully align your front and rear sights to concentrate fire and gain a sharper view on your target. Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight. Storing a heavy item on your person
tää on käytä. Se tuntuu, että se alkaa kierrättää. Okei, sitten meillä on Major Tom vielä.
Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food.
Elikkä kamo päälle ja ruoan metsästäminen ja katsoo vähän valikkoja.
Have any questions about camouflage or CQC? Ask the boss. Paramedic is the medical correspondent for this mission. Ask her about hunting for food and medical treatment. Also, she has documents detailing flora and fauna in the operation locale. Contact her if you need detailed information on any of the plants and animals in your area. Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
Okei, nyt alkaa Major Tomillakin kiertää. Tallennetaan eka kerran.
Saving the game, Snake?
No niin. Ensimmäinen tallennus siitä.
Hey Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters?
Godzilla on loistava.
What is it?
It's a movie.
Wow, siitä leffasta ihan kuva.
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh?
Mikä se oli se perhonen? Se oli se Mothra muistaakseni. Godzilla leffassa.
Right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance.
Tuossa on muuten totta.
It's mostly
Kyllä amerikkalainen versio on paljon huonompi kuin se alkuperäinen.
Well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Niitä taitaa muuten seuraava jo Godzilla-leffaakin.
You sure know a lot about movies.
Mitä nyt tuli pari vuotta sittenkin niitä?
What movie watching type are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little
Ja
fun.
tässä pelissä käydään ihan oikeasti tosi monta leffaa läpi. No niin. Ja sitten itse peliin. Se vähän aikaa saa totutella tähän kaikkeen, kun kamerakin saa vapaasti pyörittää. Näinkö mä tuolla liikkeen? En ole ihan varma. Käydäpä kattoo niitä juttuja täältä. Ja face paintit päälle ja kaikki muutkin. Naamaa. Woodlandit tosta. Täällä on myös maskikin. Hetkinen. MGS2. Raiden. No. Vaihto. Tiger Stripella 20. Okei. Puut, nurmikko ja muu. Selvä. Tässä on repuussa. Elikkä... Scope, cigar, fake death, revival pill, motion detector, sonar. Joo. Eli nyt tää on... Joo, tää on nyt niinku repuussa ja nyt tää on mukana. Joo. Okei, puukko löytyy. Mikkikin löytyy. Joo. Pitäis mennä ruokaa. Calorie meitti. Not eaten yet, said to be very tasty. Me ei vielä sitä syödä. Kartta. Okei. Ei paljon tiedetä vielä. No niin. Katsotaanko saanko näitä hedelmiä sieltä päältä. Ja oliko, että sieniä pysty keräämään tolleen potkaisemalla. Tuossa on käärme. Nyt. Joo. Äläpä liiku. No niin. Can I keep it? Snake hole. Pysyppä käärme siinä. Sitten tää hedelmiä. Kerätään vähän täällä yli tarpeen. Ja tuossa on se pikalataus. Okei. Pitäisikö meidän kokeilla, miltä maistuu ensimmäinen käärmeherkku. Sitten Russian False Mango. Not eaten yet, said to be fairly tasty. Kokeillaan maistaa. Snake Eater Trophy tuli siitä sitten. Taste unknown but said to be edible. Maistetaanpa sieniäkin. Se ei ollutkaan hyvä. No, entäs false mango? Good stamina recovery. Okei. Noita kannattaa sitten katsella lisääkin. Okei. Mä en muista yhtään kaikkien settien paikkoja ja juttuja, mutta jos niitä tulee vastaan, niin yritän kerätä. Siinä oli muistaakseni joku trophykin saattoi olla tai tämmönen juttu, että jos ne kaikki kävi läpikin. Tai osa niistä vähän harvinaisempi ne herkut. Näkyykö täällä näitä lintuja? Kuuluu pitipityy. Ja sitten niitä sammakkojakin saattaa näkyä muuta. Tuossa lähti. Se on tossa niinkö ihan onko se niinkö lähtikö se karkuun jo? LF Med. Hyvä kun mä muista paskaakaan, jos sulla on niinku ihan rehellisiä. Ja nyt paljon niinkö tästä pelistä kyllä muistit. Niin hullua, kun se onkin sano ääneen. Backpack. Se ei tuu backpackin. LF Medi. Mikä hitto on LF Medi nyt? Vai onko se niitä Cure-mekaniikka juttuja, mitä mä en saa vielä auki? Se on tuolla se. Spawnaa varmaan kohta taas se lintu tuohon. Tässä on ihan kiva näyttää näitä mekaniikkoja samalla, mitä tulee kaikkea tässä vastaan. Ja samalla muistellaan vähän itsekin. Oliko täällä niitä free frogeja? Täältä. Nyt näkyy. Hetkinen. Onko se niinkö... Ei hitto. Se haluan yhden maistaa. Tuolla liikkuu jotakin normikas. Nyt sain. Alright, lähdetäänpä hakkeen. Minkälaista evästä saadaan? Maistuuko linnut hyvälle? Ei, peli, hei, tänne. Nyt. Tää on niin erilainen verrattuna MGS2. Mä nukuutin se. Birdie. Lähdetäänpä eteenpäin. Maistetaan sitten lintua vähän myöhemmin. Tässä kuitenkin staminaakin kuluu. Vieläkö löytyy niitä sammakkoja? Olisiko täällä muuten eri kamo ehkä parempi olla? Ei vielä tarvitse soittaa, mutta... Joo, laitetaanpas tuo lehtikuviointi päälle. Muuten ok. Vähän parannettaa. Perhosia ei tietääkseni pystynyt kai nappaa. Mä vieläkin kysyä tosta.
That area is inhabited by Indian gavials. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes, but escaped and became
todennäköisesti mä kuulen varmaan jossakin kohtaa krokotiili. Mulla on semmonen kutina. Ne on tässä aika ovelia.
Over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
Oikein aggressiivisia alligaattoreita.
Snake, you will encounter Baltic hornets' nests in that area. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful. Snake, there's a fruit called the galova growing in that area.
Galova?
Yeah, it's a fruit that's found only in that region. It's related to the jackfruit, which is commonly found in Southeast Asia.
Jackfruit, huh?
Yep, he's a cannibal.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm sure you...
I said, I'm sure you'd like it.
Oh.
Galova means head in Russian. It's probably called that because the fruit grows to about the size of a human head. It's supposedly pretty good to eat, with a uniquely sweet flavor. The fruit itself is fairly large, so you can make a meal out of it. Galovas grow directly off the trunk of the tree. If you're running low on stamina, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on the tree trunks.
Kunnon ateriasta käy.
That area is home to the reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake. The gauge below... Snake, that area...
Okei, nyt tulee vasta vissiin samoja taas. Edetäs. Eikä katsotaanpa, näkyykö tällaista alligaattoreita tai muuta ilkeitä. Äänestä päätellen täällä jotain ikävää. Tuolla alligaattori. Tuossa on toinenkin. Pitäisikö hoitaa? No niin, se on nukutettu. Mulla ei täällä mitään, millä sen voisi tappaa vissiin. Au! Ai! No! Tuhma. Joo, näitä aika paljon täällä. Noin. Tuolla on joku tai esineistöä. Päästäänkö me silleen varovaisesti tonne? Sitä nukutetaan. Tuo lähti liikkeelle. Nämä oli aggressiivisia, niin nukuppa siinä. Okei, SP. Oliko se sitä äänen vai meni pätkiä? Oh. Nukaappa siitä. Hetkinen, mehän upotaan turhan lujaa. Noin. Mennäänkö me tuonne kattelemaan? Nää on vähän levottomia nämä kaverit täällä. Bug juice. Hänellä läsäytti mua. Tuossa on Hornet-nesti muuten. Miten se olikaan? Tehosko se noihin... Testatas. Nähtävästi ei. Tuon laatikon ja setin mä haluan kyllä itselle. No niin. Sinikin löysi sieltä hyvän chatti-kuvakkeen heittää saman tien. Oikein tilanteeseen sopiva. Tuolla on hedelmää. Keräydään vähän mukaan. Vaikka tuokin. Vähän voidaan vähän napostellakin tuota inventaariosta. Kokeillaanko miltä maistuu McBee? Ei oo kovin hyvältä. Kyllä se staminan palautti.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. You can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
Ja veikkaan, että miljoona hälytystä luvassa tässä läpi pelulla.
The mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the camo index. The camo index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa.
Pidetään luku korkealla.
The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Okay. Tässä on 90%, se on aika hyvin. Jos meillä mitään tästä.
If you crawl into the grass, you can advance undercover. When you do, the camera automatically switches to intrusion view. If you want to stand up again, press and hold the crawl button once more. If you press the crawl button briefly, you'll crouch in that spot. This allows you to observe things without blowing your cover. Even when hidden in grass, if you make a noise, your enemies will locate you. When enemies are nearby, move with slight movements of the left stick. That way, you can proceed with minimal disturbance. Sokolov should be at the abandoned...
That area is home to the Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
The guide doesn't say.
Eikä sekä vaan
I
kokeilu.
guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
Okei, onko muuta infoa?
You'll find a fruit called the Yabloko Moloko growing in that area.
Yabloko moloko.
What now?
Yabloko Moloko. It's a Russian name that roughly translates as milk apple.
Maito-omena.
It's a type of star apple. The juice is thick and sweet, like milk, hence the name. And if you cut one in half lengthwise, you'll see a star-shaped ring radiating out from the center.
Hence the star apple.
Right. The star-shaped part has a gelatinous texture and is said to be especially tasty.
Sounds useful.
You're welcome.
For once.
Did you say something?
Kelijulevat keskenään.
No, back to the mission.
Snake, if you or one of your comrades is wounded in battle, what do you usually do?
I call for a medic.
What if there's no medic nearby?
I don't even want to think about that.
Think about it.
That's my worst nightmare. Any soldier can perform basic first aid, but it takes a specialist to perform the more complicated procedures. I know a lot of guys who'd still be alive today if they'd had access to a medic.
Me too. So I got to thinking, wouldn't it be great if we could parachute medics into the front lines where they're needed most?
You bet. That's why you're called paramedic.
Yeah. With a unit like that, we could save a couple of lives, huh?
No.
No?
Not a couple. We could save many lives.
Thanks. I think the Army needs a unit like that. And if no one else will do it, I'm going to create one myself.
Sounds like a plan.
Will you help me?
Count on it.
Snake, do you know what epinephrine is?
What's with the questions?
Eikö se ole se allergia juttu?
Also known as
Mikä
adrenaline?
pumppuu vai mihin se
Never heard of
pistetään?
it.
Really?
Nope.
I have.
Good for you.
Do you want to hear about it?
Not really.
Oh, I think you should hear about it.
Here we go.
So,
Here we go.
epinephrine is a type of hormone. It's secreted from the adrenal glands in high-stress situations, like when you're exercising or you're under pressure. The epinephrine is released into the bloodstream and stimulates special receptor cells on various organs
Siinä
throughout
on
the
se
body.
termikin EpiPen.
This causes the heart to beat faster, the
Mitä
blood
käytetään
vessels
niistä
to constrict, and the
piikeistä.
respiratory
Jos sulla on
passages to
allergiakohtaus,
expand.
niin
It
sitä
also
pystyy
raises blood
nakkaan.
pressure. You ever notice how you're faster and stronger than normal when you're under stress? That's because of epinephrine, and when you're bleeding, it...
Paramedic.
Yeah,
Is there a point to all of this?
of course. In the alert phase, your body secretes epinephrine, and so your stamina won't be depleted as fast.
Se on ihan tässäkin pelissä mekaniikkana.
There,
Eli
the thing I told
silloin kun
you.
vihut jahtaa, niin stamina kuluu hitaammin.
That area is home to
Tää
the...
ollaan käytä.
Eat food to...
Okei, nyt toistaa.
I see you're wearing the leaf pattern camouflage. The leaf pattern was developed to provide cover in forest environments. The U.S. military isn't the only one using it. Countries that anticipate operating in forest environments are developing various types of patterns, each suited to the vegetation of the particular region. The Soviets and the Eastern European countries all
Mitäs
use
tuossa
their
oli?
own unique patterns.
The Patriots on mun streamissa taas ja pelissä.
Will give you an
Lali
especially
lulelo.
low profile in areas of thick vegetation.
Se oli ihan sama, että tapahtui MGS2 aikana.
You're wearing the woodland face paint, I see. The woodland face paint is designed for use in forests. It'll give you a high level of camouflage in a wooded environment. Try using woodland paint when you're traveling through the forest.
Okei, onko minulta?
You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc. It uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is. Don't even think about getting into a one-man firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear? You mentioned the enemy was also carrying grenades, correct? Those grenades are RGD-5s, the standard blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army. You can protect yourself from a large part of the blast and shrapnel from a grenade by lying flat on the ground. If someone throws a grenade at you and you sense that you can't get away in time, get into a crawl position. It should reduce the damage to a minimum. If confronted with multiple enemies during a standard operating procedure, you'd retreat and call for backup, but that's not an option in this mission. If you encounter multiple enemies, either find a way to go around them, or if it looks like you'll have to eliminate them, lure them over one at a time and take them out that way. When you see an enemy, the first thing to do...
Alkaa toistamaan. No niin. Tässä meillä olikaan gearia. Sensor that detects animals with sound waves. Press L3 to emit waves. Consumes battery power while used. Sensor that detects an object motion does not detect stationary objects. Consumes battery power while used. Okay. Vibration detecting life forms equipped to use consumes battery power while used. Other vibrations will be off when activated. Alright. Oliko tässäkin, että jos sulla on sikarisuuhu ja tekee sen koodekkisoiton?
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field you're on your own.
On tuon samaa settiä.
Snake, that region is...
Paramedic ehkä sanoi jotain.
Snake, that area...
Jalan.
Snake?
What?
Are you smoking a cigarette?
Nope.
Sauhia vaan puhalteli.
Yes, you are.
It's not a cigarette. It's a cigar.
Same thing.
Not at all. In fact, there's a world of difference.
Sikari on vielä myrkyllisempää.
Nothing quite like the rich smell and mellow flavor.
Oliko se melkein monta, oliko se 30 vai 40 kertaa vähintään verrattuna tupakkaan?
Yeah, whatever. You know something?
Probably not, but I don't want to hear it.
Well, you don't have a choice. Cigarettes are bad for you.
It's not a cigarette, it's a...
Quiet, you.
Hyvät reaktiot Snakelle.
In a recent study, scientists found that tobacco smoke is full of carcinogenic substances, like nitrosamines. You know what that means? It means you're going to give yourself lung cancer if you keep on smoking.
But that's just what some scientists think, right?
Oh, give me a break.
I heard it was just a bunch of hoo-ha.
Do you really believe that?
Sure.
God, you're gullible. You ought to read this year's report from the Surgeon General. It proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that smoking causes lung cancer. Pretty soon the whole world will know that smoking is bad for you. Better quit now before it's too late.
But...
And don't tell me cigar smoke is harmless because it doesn't go down into your lungs. It just means the cancer shows up in a different place. Got it?
Yeah.
Sanoiko bossi mitään tästä? Yep.
Are you smoking a cigar?
Uh-huh.
I don't approve of you smoking during the mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did. But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you.
Okay.
If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
Ja sikarin päällä poltetaan.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar
joku ilmaton tyyli.
So you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes.
Yes, man.
Snake, camouflage uniform.
Major Tom ei vissiin sanottu paikasta mitään. Tai sikarista.
Snake?
Ei. No niin. Ja se tulee ihan suuhunkin tohon. No niin, lähdetäänpä nyt. Tässä kyllä on vaikka mitään hauskaa tässä pelissä. Nyt. Ei tuota, piti kartta katsoa. En muista ihan ulkoa mitään. 2 suuntaa. Miten tuntuu, että tästä pelistä muistaa vähiten? vaikka pelannutkin, niin tämänkin varmaan, mitähän mä sanoisin, 4-5. Oh. Joku huomaa vai? Jep. Joo. Pitäisikö mun kokeilla sitä CQB-hommaa? Menisiköhän se mulla? Näkeekö se mistään basic action juttu? Mä en muista, että se oli, oliko se ympyrän pohjassa? Joka oli takana. Mä varmaan kuseen tämä, mitä kokeillaan. Sitten mun pitää hiipiä vielä. Aika lähellä käy. Kokeillaanpa. Noniin. Oliko se... Mikä nappula se oli, että se sai niinkö... Ei. Mä yritin niinkö sitä, että saa sen tiedusteluhomma siihen. Okei. Se laskee se alertiksi. No. Oh. Tässä pelissä ei kannata alerttia tullut. Otellaan hetki. Okei. Ei ole oikein mukavasti lähtenyt tämä väärää nappulaa klikkailee, mutta tässä päästä oppii parhaita, kun pelaa vaan. Onks näillä mitään? On. Kaikki tavarat vaan mulle, kiitos. Ei mikään paras kamerakulma. Täällä on käärme. Dragon of Sniper Rifle. Löydettiin. Kelpaa oikein hyvin. Täällä muuta. Ei. Tässä on kyllä loistava soundtrack. Okei, tuo tyyppi voi herätä aikaisemmin. Nyt ei. Täältä. Bug juice. Aika varma, että täällä oli vielä joku... Tuosta mukaan. Tuolla olisi puu, mihin voidaan kiivetä. Käydään katsoa. Okei, meillä meni äänenpaimeni tästä. Uusi tilalle. Tässä pitää itse muistaa se vaihtaa. Okei, miinus 25 kamo. Se ei ole ehkä paras. Väärä nappula. Splinteri Squares. No niin. Ei se kyllä paljon nosta täällä, mutta vähän se. Näinkö mä tulen jonkun? Voisin vannoa, että jotakin liikkuu. Oh! Mä näin jonkun. Se oli oikein. Parannuttaa heti kamua. Se on jossakin tässä ihan lähellä. Tuolla. Oh, unohtu ottaa toi. Noin. Sliipi vaan vihulle. Mikä tuolla oikein menee tuolla? Käärme. Oli. No. Snake game. Tuossa on se. Hetkinen, se ei olekaan ihan tavallinen free frogi. Vapaa. Mä muistan, että oli tästäkin muuten puhelu.
Snake, I recommend against leaving the bodies of your victims lying around. If the enemy spots a fallen comrade, they'll realize that they've been infiltrated and strengthen their guard. When you kill an enemy, hide the body in the grass or at some other location where it won't be spotted. Stand near a fallen enemy and press the weapon button with no weapon equipped to grab the body. Hold the weapon button and move to drag the body. Release the weapon button to put the body down. Sokolov should...
Sulla samaa sitten. Hei. En halunnut tuota käydä läpi.
To take a rest, all you have to do is save and exit the game. The next time you load your save data and continue the game, your stamina and life will have recovered. How much they've recovered depends on how long of a rest you take.
Normally you would ask.
Mä sen muistella, että joku kyllä noista olisi kommentoinut tuolta.
To take a rest, all you have to...
No, ei sitten. Muistin väärin. Tuo ääni kyllä aivan loistava. Täällä jotain. Thermal goggles. Hyvä, että vähän tuli katsottua ympärille. Pysyyppä siinä. Okei. Puolivahingossa vaan kattelin tonne suuntaan. Savokranuja antaa. Okidoki. Kartta auki. Ja mietin, katsotaanko vielä vähän ympäri vai mennäänkö eteenpäin storissa. Mistä se tuli? Aha. Vai aikaisempi alue? Eikö mulla se tutka? Se on tuo. Siinä menee vähän aikaa vaan, että tunnistaa. Oh, siellä.
Anybody there? What's wrong?
Oh, se on ryhmä. Jäi.
HQ respond.
Ehkä me jää tänne.
Patrol here. We're under enemy fire.
Tuossa oli niitä hedelmiä muuta. Patas mukaan.
What's wrong?
Täältä etäisyydeltä ampuminen. Noin. Tähän tuokin hetkeksi pois. Everything is in season. Sitten edetään. Arvatte sitten, jahas, 3 menossa. Kyllä vain. No niin, katsotaanpas, onko Skodekilla asiaa. Tuossa, ei. Paramedikki. Tuo on tuttu. Tuokin on tuttu meille. Ei mitään uutta siis.
People tend to associate black camo with night operations, but that's not always the case. Wearing all black when you're out in the forest at night makes your silhouette darker and more prominent, and you end up standing out instead.
Valomekanikko.
To get the most out of your camouflage, it's essential to choose a pattern that matches your surroundings, even at night. Don't forget that. Press the
Nyt tulee
first.
sitten samat dialogit taas. Laitetaan sitten... No täällä varmaan ihan riittävä tuo kamo. Joo, 90 pinnaa. Pitäisi se riittää, että ollaan näkymättömänä. Paitsi sitten nyt mä seison. Jaiks. Tarmikko. Missä se on se äijä? Tuossa. Se vähän kattelee vielä tänne suuntaan, niin ei mennä ihan kohti. Mennäänpä täältä. Ehkä vähän ylivarovainen. Makea liukumekaniikka. Tässä pelissä on aivan älyttömän noita juttuja, mitä vaan voi tehdä. Se on niinku ihan älytön. Okei, silta. Siellä on toisella puolella äijä. Äijä ryhmittymä. Tää pitäisi äkkiä saa piiloon. Koska caution aika loppuu kohta. Tässä on hyvä pitkä nurmikko. Joo, ne tulee tänne. Oh fuck. Tuleeko se tänne? Ei. Okei. Matalasti vaan. Tuossa nyt tulee äijä ainakin. Hetki vaan kun se kääntyy. Pitäisikö vielä kokeilla CQB? Close Combat Quarters. En tiedä menisikö nyt tällä kertaa. Vai tuleeko häly taas? Kyllä musta sitä nappulaa siihen tarkkaan. Eikä... Noniin. Oi saatana, tuolla kävi ihan. Noniin, nyt. Tää pohjassa pitää.
Up ahead. Our numbers are strong. Speak. If you fall from the rope bridge, you're finished.
Tuo yksi tulee tuolta.
Speak. Bastard.
Ne. Kuinka kauan sitä piti näin? Nyt se on nyt tajukankolla. Tuon mä halusin tehdä. En halua tappaa sitä. No ei. Tuo ja... Osuma. Oho. Wow! Wow, wow, wow. Melkein pudotti. Jaiks.
Sokolov should...
Okei, onko muuta infoa vielä?
The survival.
Ei. Mentääkö eteenpäin? Jai! Täällä tuulee niin kova. Ja heilu tää silta. Vähän rauhallisemmin. Noniin. Siellä oltiin vihua ottamassa. Noniin. Food full. Mehän voitais alkaa vähän syömäänkin. Mitäs me ollaan maistettu? Siberian Ink Cap. Okei. Se nähtävästi meni. Nyt vien kyllä tämä piilo. Katsellaan vähän maisemikin. Oliko tää se, että jos meni muuten näin? Jos nyt... Täällä on vähän tavaraa. Jotain muistuu. XM16E1. Ja pentasemiini. Putoaminen ei kannata. Katsotaanpas meidän varusteita. Joo, se on M16. Oliko täällä muuta? Muuta herkuteltavaa.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter.
Paljon
I wonder how
nurmikkoakin.
many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
All right.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Onko meillä uutta dialogia täällä?
Snake, Sokolov is imprisoned in the northeast area of the factory.
Got it. To the northeast.
Yes, and don't engage the enemy. The object of this mission is to bring Sokolov back safely and nothing more. Contact Sokolov without being spotted by the enemy and bring him out discreetly. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun. Snake, as I said before, this mission is only to bring Sokolov back safely. You must not put Sokolov in danger. You're not allowed to contact him
Elikkä
during the
hälytystila ei
alert
saa tulla.
period. Snake, use the survival viewer to pick your
Nyt se toistaa samaa sitten.
To take a rest.
Tuossa samaa. Bossia vastaan. Alright. Sitten liikkeelle. Joo. Katsellaanpas vähän. Tää on semmonen peli, mikä palkitsee, jos on vähän kärsivällisempi. Tietenkin sitten kun vetää jotain speedruneja ja niitä Foxhound koodinimeä tai muuta hulluituksia, niin sitten eri juttu, mutta muuten. Se tuolla on toi yksi tyyppi. Hetkinen pammu vielä. Joku on tosi lähellä. Mä saisin se tuolta niinkö. Noin. Mä en luota siihen, että kaikki oli tuossa vielä. Tuolla menee kyllä joku nurmikko heiluu. Onko sitä käärme? Varmaankin. Tuo pitää seuraavaksi hoitaa. Siellä on perälläkin muuta. Tää varokko täällä on romua, niin se tekee ääntä. Pitäisikö tää vettää syrjiä? Ei ehkä tuohon suoraan. Okei. Tää muistaa nämä aukot täällä. Tuolla on tommonen. Saanko tosta yllätettyä toiksi? Noin. Nähdäänkö täältä vielä jotain? Tuolla on jotain esineen tapasta. M37. Haulikko. Joo. No. Varovaisesti eteenpäin. Ei se auta. Tuoltakin päässään. Onks mä kamo? Parempaa. Tree Park saa nyt kelvota. Oho. Siinäkin muuten mekaniikkana hauska, että miten se ehtii vaihtaa sen kamon niin sekunnissa, mutta tää on vaan peli. Ja mä luulen, että nyt varmaan tästäkin kun ne tekee sen uuden version PS5, niin ne on varmaan miettinyt senkin mekaniikan eri lailla. Okei. Oliko täällä muuta hauskaa? Talo altahan pystyy menemään. Siinä on muuten evästä meille. Täällä on käärmäkki. Meidän pitää vaan tosi varmaan syödä meidän eväitä pois repusta. Giant Anaconda ei ole maistettu vielä. Se oli oikein hyvä. Okei, maistetaan rottaa. Nähtävästi paha. Onko tässä se lunkka? Olisiko me ihan väärin? Paljonko se, että se lunkka ei toiminut täältä alhaalta ylös tässä? Katsotaanpa, saako paramedikin kommentoimaan rottiin. Nähtävästi ei. Täällä ei vissi ollut muuta. Mistä sinä tulit? What? Mistä tämä jätkä tuli vaan yhtäkkiä niinku puun takaa? Olikohan tää sitten vaan niitä yksittäisiä tyyppejä, mitä oli jäänyt? No näin. Hetkinen. Täällä on uutukaisia. Ups. Ilman hänen vai mennyt. Jaiks. Ei haluta pudota. Ei. Okei, maistellaanpas vähän ruokia. Dirt E. Okei. Kokeillaan maistaa. Käy. Okei, tuolle nyt pitää mennä. Tästä voisi kokeilla pudottautua. Okei, olisi syytä laittaa se uusi ääni, vai meni muuten tähän? Niin, välivideoaika.
You must be Sokolov. Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me. No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain. You're CIA? Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago. Zero? I have a message from him. What is it? He said to tell you sorry for being so late. Did he now? What does it mean? It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You'll have to get me out of here before they arrive. Who's they? Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt? Never heard of him. He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November. President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside.
Niin, yksi volttu riittäis.
Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me.
Tai parikin, jos toinen lepää välillä.
Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts.
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Piri piri.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I managed to get past them.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Luulisin, että tällaisessa viidakossa voisi tämmönen nahkatakki olla aika lämmin. Mitä helvettiä se tekee? Tai kung fu liikkeet ilmassa.
Freeze!
Johonkin se ollaan.
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Tuttu henkilö.
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Hienot liikkeet. No niin, nuori Oselotti.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
Kunnon pissoleero. Hyvin ennusti liikkeen. Samanlaiset kengätkin. Tänään on ne vähän erilaiset. Kyllä katsoa vähän tarkemmin.
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the Gru.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
Se on eri henkilö se. Tuo aina yllättää. Miau pilkku. Miau. Uh-oh. Nää on vaarallisia kissoja.
Crew operatives.
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Uh-oh. Close combat quarters.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
Sinikrat setti vaarallinen miau. Kyllä. Oikea Oselotti ääni. Oho. Sillähän on ammuttu nuolikin. Mistähän tuli mystinen nuoli? Huono aika oli Oselotilla mennä aseen jumiin.
You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Ocelot, epic fail.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you alright?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgin.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's support
Pitäis tehdä tuo
Volgin's.
Ocelotin tuo maukaisuääni, niin tehdä soundboardia. Tiedättekö, painaa nappulaa, niin kuuluu se kaikunut. Se olisi loistava striimi aina. Kun tulee joku miau pilkku kohta. Niin aina painaa sitä nappulaa, niin kuuluu se. Se olisi aivan loistava. Pitää pistää ylös tuo idea. No niin. Tältäkin pystyy muistaakseni kattoo tavaroita ja sitten jos halus. Hiirenloukku. Kysyn vaan, että miksi Ocelotilla hiirenloukku mukana. Katsotaan.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Ja takas sillalle.
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No.
You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Käskystä, sir.
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed.
Koodinimi
His name is
J1.
Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Grand Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB.
Tylynimisiä, kun kaikki on vaan OKP-alkuisia ja sitten joku numerosarja
the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbour an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all. By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Oseltille.
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by
Näkyy tuossa
hand, whether there was a
videollakin
round
se
in the
uudelleen.
chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil.
Ei potkaise ase niin paljon.
It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out.
Kumma homma.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
Snake, making it harder for the enemy.
Okei, taitaa nyt tulla toistoon.
Snake, be careful. The way to change between standing, crouching and crawling has changed slightly from the methods learned in training. When standing, press...
Ihan samaa juttua. Paramedic.
Snake, there are rats living in that area. The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one. That area is...
Tuo on käyty dialogi.
To take a...
Okei, edetään. Ja sillalle päin. Viidakossa, viidakossa. Ei ehkä Jellona tällä kertaa nuku, mutta käärme kamo päällä.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer.
Se oli parasta.
They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
Oh shit.
That's what they were making you build.
Yes. The Shagohod. The dreaded behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBM.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain.
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo.
60-luvun huipputeknologiaa.
Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
World War.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go.
Tämä mukava silta. Tulee mieleen se, mikä se on Indiana Jones-leffa, kun se katkaisee ne narunpäät. Se on se... Mikäs se tuli niistä? Se oli sinänsä... Siinä oli... Sanoppa. Siinä oli se yksi tyyppi, joka reppii sen sydämenkin ja hokee sen Kalima. Hittikö muista sen nimeä nyt jostakin kumman syystä? Bossi. The boss.
Boss?
Kunnolla varustetta.
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Okei. Hornetteja. Ja paljon.
Hornets.
Sieltä lähti. Mukavan näköisiä kavereita.
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood.
Tässä pelissä on tosi huiput
Is
ja
he
bossit
crying?
sitten.
Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Kauniit kasvot vai mitä?
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift for my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is
Pitkä
still
jätkä.
just a child. Too pure for us Cobras.
Volkinella vähän tätä mittaa.
He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
Purkaa vaan aseen lennosta. Siinäpä vaikea ampua. Ai saatana.
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
Avulias kädennosto. No niin. Wow. Kunnon putoaminen.
The new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, on to Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Näköinen vesi PS2.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
No niin. Täällä maataan nyt. Ei muuta kuin fiksaamaan. Mitäs meillä on? Suffering from a deep cut bleeding. No bandage applied, not yet disinfected. Tässä meillä löytyy kaikkia lääkkeitä. Cold medicine, antidote, blood serum. Okei. Okay. Elikkä... noin, mitäs meidän pitikään aikaa laittaa kiinni? Laitetaan. No bandage. Sitten tää pitää kaatua desifoida. Sitten laastari. Ja tuohon myös laastari. Bandage. Noin. Splintti. Eikä hetkinen. Bone fracture. Pystynkö mä laittamaan splinttiä siihen? Pystyy. Tuo vielä vuotaa. Meille gunshot woundia kyllä. Meitä saa vaan veri. Deep cut bleeding. Tuossa on vielä murtunut. Tappas nyt. Venom poisoning. Stomach. Tappas nyt. Mikä mun piti laittaa näin? Treating cuts and gunshot. Tuo. Tuosta. Deep cut. Mun pitää laittaa tuota neulominen. Oho. Raakaa meno. Kohta sattuu. Ja saman tien tajuu melkein kankaalle. Bossin pandana kuitenkin saatiin. Sopivaa hyötykäyttöä.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Silmistä päivää katella. Siinäpä kunnon kuljettaminen. Sitten se on daka, kun vielä se vahingossa pistää aikaa kovin tosi juomassa samalla. No niin, Oselotti siellä. Tunnu heite.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
Kissan tuoksu vai?
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch.
Volkinilla erikoinen tapa iskeä.
Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death.
You KGB.
Rajumpi huulipuna.
Be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Uh-oh.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Vähän ydinkärkeä.
Colonel!
Wow. Kuinkahan kova se valo muuten on? Se on varmaan ihan älytön. Sitä räjähyksestä. Data safe, kyllä vain. Eli tuo oli tavallaan tämän pelin se niinku tanker-osuus. Ajatellaan MGS2 sitä alkuun. Konami Presents. Ja nyt lähtee pääpeli. Ja tässä on vaan helvetin hyvä alku. Nauttikaa. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Tää on vaan helvetin hyvä. Tuleeko James Bondit tunnarit mieleen?
to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life.
Ja Harry Gregson Williams siellä näkyy nätisti myös. Ansaittu titteli kyllä. Aivan loistava. Mä en oo tykännyt tosta. Mutta ehkä vielä MGS2 alkuhype on vielä pikkusen hitusen niinku kovempi. Ihan hitusen vaan. Mutta toi on lähellä kyllä niin kakkossijaa siihen nähden, että huhhuh.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze systems shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad.
Revontulet näkyy. Nätin näköiset.
So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This Fox is still one step ahead of the Hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKD-754, was destroyed in a...
En muista, että oliko se tässä pelissä sama President Johnson, mikä oli MGS2. Vai onko se vaan... Nyt vaan semmonen, että niillä oli vaan se sama sukunimikin. En muista enää.
In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
Ei ainakaan ole sama näyttelijä mitenkään.
So you haven't heard that. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system
Davy
was 2
Crockett,
years ago.
siinä vasta miesten mies.
Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the Boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the Boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The Boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the Boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Mulla alle jos epäonnistuu. Yikes.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
We KGB has promised to lend us one of their
communication
satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
Siellä näkyy Aurora Borealis, eikö se
Also
ollut?
put us in touch with a
Revontulet.
couple of insiders.
Insiders?
Nätin näköinen.
There was a defection in September 1960. You remember it?
You mean the two NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Nyt mentiin. Venäläiset MiG-hävittäjät, kun siellä lentelee myös.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
Vittu mikä vauhti. Tullut tarisee vaan ohjaamat. Tulleis varmaan paskat housuja, jos pitäisi olla tuossa missä toi Snake on. Mach 3:lla niin ääni valli murtuu mitä 3 kertaa.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss?
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape?
It
came out last year.
Must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped
Suosittelen vahvasti katsomaan elokuvan The Great Escape.
The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan.
Erityisesti
The
loppu.
Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was
Oops.
Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels that was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right, then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency? is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the virtual mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lulelo.
Lali Lulelo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this.
Lali Lulelo.
Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
No niin, meillä onkin sitten täällä paljon dialogia ja settiä läpi.
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution. Unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedics provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know. Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food
ensin haetaan mahdollisimman paljon ruokaa. Selvä.
Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes. America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know. Major, what should I do with this wreck of a drone?
Just leave it there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But isn't this thing top secret?
Yes, it is. After the U-2 spy plane incident 4 years ago, plans were laid out for future spy missions in Soviet airspace to be carried out by an unmanned craft. That craft was the D-21 spy drone, the basis of the one you came in on. The D-21 is launched from a craft called the M-21. The M-21 itself is a derivative of the A-12, a supersonic long-range spy plane currently being developed as the
Oliko se
successor to the
A12 Cuban koodinimellä?
For this mission, we used a modified YF-12A, a long-range intercept.
En muista oliko se A12 Cuban.
After being released from the mothership, the drone can achieve speeds upwards of Mach 3 at high altitude using its ramjet engine. It can't be shot down by ground-to-air missiles, and it's nearly undetectable by radar. With Selinoyarsk in such a high state of alert after our last escapade, this was the only reliable way to get you in.
This is all top-secret military technology. Are you telling me I'm supposed to just leave it here?
That's right.
Why?
The purpose of Operation Snake Eater is to send an American agent into the field in order to eliminate a defector and traitor, namely the boss. Part of that mission involves making sure the Soviets find out what we're doing.
Niin, tavallaan tarkoituksella jätetään.
Some kind of evidence that the US was involved.
Don't worry. The technologically sensitive components of the craft were rigged to self-destruct when it landed. The only thing the Soviets are going to find is a pile of American-made scrap metal.
Got it. Just one thing, though.
What is it?
I think they'd better redesign the landing impact buffer. People are going to get hurt landing that thing.
I'll let them know.
Major, I appreciate you allowing me to use weapons, but shouldn't I be carrying some rubles?
You mean fake currency?
Right.
Snake, do you remember the Francis Gary Powers incident back in 1960?
Powers was flying a U-2 on a spy mission for the CIA in Soviet airspace. He was shot down and taken prisoner.
His confession brought to light the fact that the CIA was spying in Soviet airspace. As a result, the US-Soviet summit scheduled for 2 weeks later was cancelled.
Yeah, I remember.
U-2 pilots are required to carry items that mask their identity.
En tiedä tuota.
Powers was carrying ruble, mark and lira coins, as well as French gold coins.
Markka,
He was also
ropla ja
carrying
liira.
2 gold watches and 7 women's rings. All of these objects were meant to conceal his national origins. But for this mission, we've got to demonstrate to the Khrushchev regime that America is involved. There's no need to conceal your origins. And besides, all you need to do is complete your mission. As long as you're not captured or killed, the details will take care of themselves.
Okay.
The Soviet intelligence community must be up in arms about the boss's defection. The great Voyevoda has abandoned America and embraced the Soviet Union.
Voyevoda?
Apparently, that's what they call the boss behind the Iron Curtain. It means warrior or mighty soldier in Russian.
Soturin.
When used to refer to a woman, it means something close to Lady Knight.
Lady Knight. No niin.
In Russia, where they've had a number of female emperors throughout their
tai Lady Ritari, se olisi näin suomalaista.
Well, poetic in a way. The boss's exploits have made her name famous in the East as well.
Major, why did the boss defect?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. America is all too eager to get rid of her.
What do you mean?
She knows too many of our secrets. If she were to relay all the top-secret information she knows to the Soviet bloc, it would put us at a severe disadvantage. It might even lead to the downfall of the West. Even if we survive, the boss is still too much of a hero to us. With her in the Soviet camp, we'd suffer a fatal loss of morale at home. There are even whispers that some of the less stalwart elements of the military might follow her example and defect themselves. I assume you're aware that since your last mission, several key figures within the CIA have been placed under house arrest.
Yeah.
The loss of the boss has been a painful one indeed.
What about you?
Me? I still can't believe it. As a comrade, I would have placed my trust in her before my own family. But now that I think about it, the boss always seemed to have an aura of mystery about her. I never would have expected it to manifest in this way, though. Oh well, it won't do to get all misty-eyed about it. She's an enemy now, worthy of nothing more than our contempt.
Understood. Major,
Tell me a little bit more about the space race.
In 1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program.
Laikakoirakin pääsi vähän matkaamaan.
The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision. That America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Ja niin kävi.
Yeah, I heard that speech. But a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was going to make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward 1 step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're
paljon
right.
aivokapasiteettia, että semmoinen olisi mahdollista.
Snake, let's go over the controls for CQC one more time. Press the CQC button once to throw a punch. Press it repeatedly to launch a combo attack. CQC doesn't really start to shine, however, until you grab an enemy. Press and hold the CQC button to extend your right hand and grab the enemy. Move the left stick at the same time and you can knock the enemy to the ground. If you don't move the left stick, you can get behind the enemy and hold him prisoner. When you're holding an enemy from behind, he'll be almost completely helpless. From there are a number of things you can do. By double-clicking the left stick button, you can slit his throat using your knife. By moving the left stick along with the CQC button, you can knock him to the ground. You can also choke the enemy by tapping the CQC button rapidly. You can either render him unconscious or kill him outright. It's up to you. If you keep the CQC button pressed, you can use the left stick to move around with the enemy in your grip. You can also press the weapon button to use the weapon you have equipped. The enemy will be hesitant to attack as long as you're using one of their comrades as a human shield. Use that moment of hesitation to attack in first-person view. By pressing the left stick button, you can interrogate the enemy. You might be surprised at the things you can learn. But stay alert. While the enemy is nearly helpless in your grasp, if you give him a chance, he'll turn the tables on you. You can only grab an enemy using CQC when you're using a weapon that will allow you to reach out with your right hand, such as the survival knife.
Ainakin paremmin nyt tämä, mutta sitten kun tulee, no joo, muutama kohta, missä se on vähän tarpeellisempi, niin niissä voi kuussa vieläkin.
Or that prevent you from controlling the enemy with your right hand, like hand grenades. In short, you can't use CQC when equipped with assault rifles or hand grenades. You can tell whether a weapon is compatible with CQC or not by looking at its icon. Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted, you must learn to detect an approaching enemy well ahead of time. Press the first-person view button. You can use an equipped weapon.
Okay. Paramedic.
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, Don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nap.
Mikä se oli quack?
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Right.
Hyvä kemi.
Snake, unlike the virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission.
Pöllöt ainakin kuuluu.
Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra.
Ai, kuningaskobra.
If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? Snake, that's the home to the otten frog.
Mikä?
The otten frog is a large, corpulent species of frog. They're known as a delicacy. So
hyvänmakuisia sammakkoja vai?
Food. The otten frog was originally found only on Amami Oshima in Japan. Frogs usually have 4 toes on their front legs, but the otten frog is unique in that it has 5.
Got it. By the way, you said they were known as a delicacy, right?
Right.
So that means they must taste pretty good, huh?
I guess so. I hear that in Japan, otten frog sashimi and sukiyaki are popular dishes.
Really?
Yeah.
Minkä kädessä sitä tarjotaan?
That place is starting to sound better and better.
Snake, that area is inhabited by the Japanese flying squirrel.
Vessapaperiorava, joka osaa lentää.
And they shouldn't attack you.
Serlam kommandoyksiköt.
And tail of the Japanese flying squirrel are connected by a membrane of skin, which allows the squirrel to glide from tree to tree. It says here that if it catches a good wind, it can fly more than 100 yards.
Pitkä etäisyys.
Sounds like it's going to be tough to catch.
100 yardia.
So, aren't you going to ask me?
You know it. How does it taste?
Not sure.
Not sure.
The guy
Se maistuu Serlan vessapaperille.
Why not?
Gee, maybe it's because no one would ever think of eating a flying squirrel.
Then I must be the first one.
Maybe you are. Snake, unlike the virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous. There should be a mushroom called the Bical Scalytooth growing in that area. The Bical Scalytooth mushroom is used as an antidote to poison.
Okei, tuo hyödyllinen siinä. Lähtee hakemaan.
So look for it there.
How does it taste?
I think you're going to be disappointed.
Damn.
Oh, quit your whining. You know what they say, good medicine tastes
Totta
better.
toki.
You can capture animals alive by using the tranquilizer gun or a mousetrap. When you capture a live animal, you can carry it on you as a weapon by going to backpack in the survival viewer. Once an animal is on your person, equip it and press the weapon button to throw it. Throwing a venomous animal at an enemy might be enough to knock him out. Even non-venomous animals like frogs can be used to distract the enemy's attention. And since I know you're going to ask me, yes, keeping animals alive prevents them from rotting and makes them taste better when you eat them.
Eläin pysyy elossa, niin se ei mene pilalle. Siinä laittaa, että 100 yardia on noin 91 metriä. Kuvitelkaa, niin liito vettää sellaisia settejä. Niin parhaimmillaan siis.
The leaves and seeds contain large amounts of aucuben, choline, and
tanninia, eli
when you mash it up
samaa
and apply it to
asetti
a
mitä
wound,
teessäkin.
it helps stop the flow of blood and eases the pain a bit. The Chinese plantain becomes a styptic when you pick it up. If you see one, don't forget to take it with you. Snake, unlike the virtuous mission, this is a
toisto, joo.
Treating serious wounds will require you to use additional medical items besides your knife and cigar. That's why it's always a good idea to carry as many medical items with you as possible. If you start to run out of medical items, find some more as soon as you can. The enemy should be carrying medical supplies as well. You can get them by holding up enemy soldiers and shaking down their bodies. Snake, I think there's a plant called Slav horehound growing in that area. Slav horehound is an herb in the horehound family. It contains large amounts of diterpene, flavonoids, and alkaloids, which give it strong germicidal properties. If you find one, it should make a good disinfectant.
Pidetään mielessä.
You should be able to find ezocomfrey in that area. Ezocomfrey is a plant in the comfrey family that's found only in Selinoyarsk. If you find one, you can use it as a cast to treat broken bones.
How can a plant be turned into
Hyvä
a
kysymys.
The roots of the ezocomfrey are extremely sticky. You can use them as a kind of plaster cast to fasten the affected area in place.
Se on vähän niinku rakennuslaaste. Okei.
There's an herb called the amur kudzu growing in that area. Amur kudzu is a member of the bean family and a close relative of the kudzu weed. The roots contain a number of isoflavones such as daidzein, which give it strong fever-reducing properties. It'll make a
Se on
good
niinkö
cold medicine
viidakon burana.
medicine. Snake, be careful when you approach the enemy. The closer you are to them, the more accurate their shots will be, and the more damage their weapons will do. That means you've got a greater chance of getting seriously wounded. Daring frontal assaults are not a good idea. But if you do get seriously injured, go into the survival viewer and treat it immediately. That area is
Täällä on käytä.
You should be able to
Tuokilla on
find
käytä.
Some types of food spoil faster than others. Animal and fish meat goes bad relatively fast, but plants and mushrooms generally last a
Eli
little
elukat
longer.
pitäisi periaatteessa syödä nopeasti.
Animals won't go bad if you capture them alive, though. You can tell whether food has gone bad or not by looking closely at the icon on the food screen in the survival viewer. So be sure to check the icon before
Ja
you
kyllä
eat the
pahanmakuista tai
If you eat
homehtunutta
spoiled
ruokaa
food, you'll
pystyy
get sick
syömään.
and end up with a stomachache.
Silleen niinku
It'll get
reippaasti,
better
kun haluaa.
eventually if you leave it alone, but that means you'll throw up and lose a lot of stamina. If you get a stomachache, go to Cure in the survival viewer and take some digestive medicine. Digestive medicine and antidotes aren't the only ways to cure stomach aches and food poisoning. You can also induce vomiting. Go into the survival viewer and press the viewer button to enter viewer mode.
Niin,
Then
tuossa
rotate
miten voi
the
pakottaa
right stick to spin
hahmon
your body
pakko-oksentamaan.
around and eventually
Pyörii vaan
you'll start
1100.
feeling queasy. When you get dizzy enough, exit the survival viewer and you'll throw up. That should get rid of any stomach ache and food poisoning you have. Give it a try. The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge. It shows as the name
Täällä on
suggests.
käyty. Tuokilla on käyty. Tehdäänpä tallennus. Eikä meillä vielä sekinti.
Yo, you're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Aika nuori, 24.
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology. I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
No niin, kysytäs.
Sounds like the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For
Bossien nimet.
infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose. During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair. The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Jos joku sanoo, että tässä pelissä ei kerrota historiaa tarpeeksi, niin ei ole kyllä peliä pelannut tarpeeksi ja kuunnellut koodekkiin. Tässä on ihan hulluna.
Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more
Toki kunhan muistaa vaan, että faktat ja fiktiot on sekaisin välissä, mutta suuri osa jutuista on ihan
Snake, you know what you have to do.
oikeat.
Yeah, I know.
You're wearing the tiger stripe pattern camouflage, huh? Tiger stripe is a forest camouflage. As you may have guessed by the name, it mimics the stripe pattern on a tiger's coat. It was originally worn by South Vietnamese Marines. Then it caught the attention of an American military advisor, and now they're thinking of introducing it into all kinds of special forces units. It works best in places with lots of trees and grass, but it should blend in with dirt and mud too. I heard you fought against KGB troops in the Virtuous mission, but this time you're up against Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz is the Special Forces unit of GRU, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. Spetsnaz troops undergo rigorous training in all types of special ops, from assassination and demolition to intelligence gathering. That and Volgan's loaded, man. His unit is one of the best equipped in the entire Soviet Union, if not the best. I heard the enemies you encountered in the Virtuous mission were only carrying weapons like AKs and grenades. Well, it ain't that simple anymore. In addition to AKs, some of the patrols you'll encounter might be equipped with Scorpion submachine guns and shotguns. The Scorpion is even lighter than the AK, making it much easier to handle. Basically, a guy with a Scorpion is not gonna miss you as often as with an AK. The shotgun is a powerful weapon. One blast is enough to floor you and you're likely to be seriously wounded. Watch for that, man. Keep in mind that every weapon and piece of equipment weighs something. The heavier the equipment you're lugging around, the faster you'll burn up stamina. You can see how much your equipment weighs by going into the backpack screen in the survival viewer. If you're trying to conserve your stamina, make some cuts and toss the equipment you don't need in your backpack. You're on a solo sneaking mission. Your success is based on your ability to survive. That's where the survival viewer comes in. The survival viewer contains everything you need to survive out in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, and backpack to select your gear. Use food to eat, cure to treat wounds, and map to view a detail of the area. You've also got options that let you change the settings to suit your mission preferences. Got it? Squares is a mountain camo that's basically a bunch of square patterns. It might look conspicuous at first glance, but it actually blurs the contours of the person wearing it and makes them more difficult to pick out. It should give you a low profile against reddish backgrounds like bricks and rusty metal. In addition to AKs, some of the patrols you'll... Leaf pattern is a forest camouflage created to provide cover in woodland areas. Now that our involvement in Vietnam looks set to expand, they're thinking about adopting it for official use. It'll help you blend in, especially well when you're hiding in the bushes. In addition to AK, your field uniform is not just a set of threads to wear. To get the max effect out of your camouflage, you gotta correspond with your environment. So no matter where you are, make sure to choose a camo pattern that lets you blend in. The black uniform isn't really camouflage. It was intended to have a psychological shock effect on enemies in hostage rescue operations and stuff like that. But it should also make you pretty hard to see in a dark environment. And it might also work on black earthy surfaces like you find in swamps. Pattern clothing, face paint, tactical movements. These are the elements of camouflage that will allow you to deceive your enemy. To camouflage yourself, first press the start button to check out the survival viewer. Then select camouflage and you'll see two more options, face and uniform. Choose face to apply face paint and uniform to change your field uniform. Simple, really. Make sure and choose something that'll match your surroundings. When you fire continuously with a gun like the assault rifle, the recoil will cause your shots to veer off target. But if you crouch or lie down, you can suppress the recoil and keep a tight fire pattern. So when you gotta hit that bullseye, take a low position. Squares is a mountain camo that's... You mean you're not wearing any face paint? You can take off your face paint by selecting no paint from face. Just select no paint when you want to skip wearing any face paint at all. But your camo index is never going to be as high without face paint as it is with it. Unless you want the enemy to see you, you ought to be wearing face paint. Squares is a... Splitter is an indoor face paint. Painting your face with splitter should help you blend in better when you're infiltrating a building. So you've got your uniform and your face paint, but that alone isn't enough to make for good camouflage. Camouflage means blending in with nature. To make your disguise complete, you've got to keep a low profile and avoid overt movements. As long as you've got the uniform and face paint working for you, and you're lying flat keeping still, you won't have to worry about being spotted from a distance. On the flip side, dancing around your enemy in perfect camo is still a dead giveaway. So if the enemy's looking for you and he's getting too close for comfort, just lay low for the time being. So you've got your uniform and your...
Joo, alkaa vähän kohta olen käyty. Joo, sit alkaa olla läpikäytynyt. Tehdäänpä save.
Do you want to save?
Saadaan vähän leffa-infoa.
Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene
vanha klassikko, mutta mä en ite kattonut sitä ikinä tuolta alusta loppuun.
Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Aika hyvä heitto. Aika hyvä heitto, Snake.
Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me
You started it.
Tässä pelissä on hauska tallento. Alright. Katoppa. Mä katon tuon optionsi vielä. Mä käväsin nopeasti vessassa, niin ihan pieni hetki. No niin, miten se Snake sanokaan aina? Kept you waiting, huh? No niin, meillä on kamohommia. Ja nyt kun on kerran yö, niin voidaan hyödyntää Yksi Tiger Stripe. Se on aika hyvä. Mikäs siellä liikahti? Tässä ei muuten äänenvaimenenta. Nyt on. Asuinko mä siinä? Voisi vannoa, että... On tuossa jotain. Tuossa. Se oli sammakko. Okei, meidän piti aluksi kerätä paljon ruokaa, eikö näin? Onko täällä puissa muuten? On. Joo. Mitään muuta. Mä olisin muistellut, että tässä olisi jotakin muutakin ollut. No, muisti pettää tämän pelin osalta paljon muutenkin. Tuossa on käärme. Tuossa menee. Tuossa se liitorauha. Sain sen. No niin. Miltä maistuu orava? Se pitää kyllä kokeilla. Flying squirrel. Was not told how it tastes. Nähtävästi ei niinkään. Hyvä idea. Tuosta vähän lisää. Tuossa. Ja vain se kyykky. Olisikohan mennyt nyt tarpeeksi? Joo, se on käärme. Onko tässä vielä muuta? Ei. Ei minusta. Kattelin vaan, että... Jotenkin mulla oli semmonen muistikuva, että tossa olisi ollut jotain muutakin, mutta ehkä vähän muista vaan väärin. Soitellaanpa sekaan koodikella vähän.
When you get hurt,
Täällä on käytö.
Snake, king cobras are making their home in the area you're in
Yikes.
now. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. Its large size means that it has a lot of venom to inject. One bite is supposedly enough to kill an elephant.
Oho.
And it's extremely vicious as well, so watch out.
Aika kova myrkky.
If you get bitten by a king cobra and injected with venom, your life will start to decrease rapidly. As soon as you're bitten, go into the survival viewer and use Cure to give yourself a serum injection. The king cobra's diet consists mostly of other snakes. Be careful, or you might end up as its next.
Käärmekä syöt muita käärmeitä.
Got it. So...
What? How does it taste?
Yep.
Ugh. It seems you're the one whose diet consists of other snakes.
You're making me blush.
The guide says they taste just fine. Ugh. When you're bitten by a venomous animal such as a snake or a spider, or hit by a poisoned arrow, the poison will start to affect your body. Your life will decrease with each passing minute, so cure the poison as soon as possible. To cure poison, go into Cure in the survival viewer and inject
Onkohan mulla
yourself with a
serumeita
dose of
mukana?
serum. You can get serum from enemies. Either hold them up or shake their bodies down after you defeat them. I'm pretty sure you can also get serum by capturing the rabbits that live in that area.
Jäniksi.
Snake, that area is inhabited by the green tree python. The green tree python isn't venomous, so no need to worry. It's fairly docile too, so I don't think it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color, and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
Ah, it's all your fault.
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it
Tärkeä kysymys.
How should I know?
It
was awfully pretty, though.
Jep.
Snake, unlike the virtual...
Okei, tulee sama juttu tulla.
Snake, that area is inhabited by...
Anaconda me tiedetään.
That area
Joo,
is...
nyt alkaa tulla toistoa taas. Okei. Täältä on helpompi katsella. Onkohan tuo mikä käärme nyt? Muuta ei näy ainakaan liikkeellä. Paitsi tuossa. Tuolla menee. Ei näy vihreitä käärmeitä täällä. Tuolla. Tuo on hevosääni. Okei. Hello, Polle. How does it taste?
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Jaa, se purettu.
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
Nyt meille kävi oselotit.
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America.
on lipas.
That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry.
Whoa.
The border is 60
Kyllä
miles
vähän
south of here.
creepy
You won't
minun.
be able to run that far.
First person näkö katteli.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long.
Ai saatana.
If we meet again, I'll kill you.
Hepalot luo päälle vielä.
Now, go home.
Rockstar presents Red Dead the Boss.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer
Kyllä
technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Ja varmaan jään kiinni. Okei, keskustelut läpi.
Major.
Snake, the boss is your enemy. You've got to accept that reality. Adam is waiting for you at the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north. The enemy must have seen the drone explode. They've probably already sent out patrol units. You never know when you'll encounter the enemy. Use your camouflage wisely and proceed with caution. Remember that you've lost your gun. You don't stand a chance in a fight against an enemy unit. Use your camouflage and don't let the enemy see you.
Hyvä kamoja piiloon.
Major, why was the boss there? Did they detect my infiltration?
That's impossible. The drone shouldn't have been picked up by their radar at all.
Then how did she know? It couldn't have been a...
That's also out of the question. We've taken all measures to ensure this mission stays secret.
Then what's going on?
I don't know. It won't do you any good to dwell on it, Snake. Hurry to your rendezvous with Adam. Head for the abandoned factory to the north. Watch out for enemy patrols. Stay alert at all times, okay?
Okay.
Snake, you don't have a tranquilizer gun right now. That means you'll just have to capture animals with your bare hands or with your survival knife. You should be able to harvest mushrooms and other low-lying plants with no problem by punching them or using your knife. It'll be tougher to catch small animals, but you might have a chance if you use stalking from behind.
No, mulla on onneksi ruokaa.
Major.
What is it?
Why did the boss betray us?
Leave it alone, Snake.
But...
We've been through this before. Besides, asking for reasons now won't change anything.
I thought I'd find out if I met her face to face. I thought for sure she'd tell me, but...
Then you'll have to find your own answers.
By completing my mission?
Yes.
Major.
Yes?
I was just wondering, why do they call you Zero?
What do you mean?
We go back a long ways, but I just realized I never asked you why
Opitaan
you
lisää.
called Zero.
You want to know where it comes from?
Yeah, if that's all right.
That's a bit nostalgic, really.
Nostalgic?
The first British intelligence outfit was established in 1909. The head of the Foreign Intelligence Division was a man named Mansfield George Smith Cumming. He was referred to simply as C after the first letter of his last name.
Goo.
Since then, out of respect for Cumming, the heads of the SIS have traditionally taken the name of C.
And James Bond's boss is called M.
Bam bada bam bam
That's right.
bam bam bam
I
bam
myself
bada bam
was
bam
once
bam
known
bam
as
bada.
And that's where Zero comes
Bada
from.
down.
Precisely. In another sense, though, it signifies a ghost, one whose true identity must remain a mystery, the primogenitor of the solo sneaking operation.
Is that so?
Snake, this is a solo sneaking operation. There are no medics there to assist you. You'll have to treat your own injuries. Are we clear?
I had a little bit of training, but I'm no doctor.
That's where I come in. To treat an
Okei, sä matsetit.
Snake, the food you catch will gradually spoil over time.
Some types of food
Tääkin on
spoil.
ollut. Vielä kerran.
Your sensors and other electronic devices cannot be used in
Tästä ei ollut vielä.
Once they're activated, they consume battery power. Remember, all items draw power from a single battery. Once your battery runs out, all electronic gear becomes inoperable. You can check your remaining battery power with the icon of any item that uses electricity. Take care not to waste power. The battery recharges automatically.
Ai niin, tässähän
when not in
latautuu.
use. When you want to recharge the battery,
Unohdin tonkin.
unequip all electronic devices.
Hitsi, mä oon
and give
unohtanut
it
ihan
some
liikaa
time.
tästä peleistä.
The higher your stamina gauge, the faster
Tässä
your
aika enemmän
battery recharges.
MGS3 vaan
If you want it to
pyörittämään aina
recharge faster,
tyyli
eat
kerran
food and recover
vaikka
your
vuodessa
stamina.
läpi tätä.
Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster. Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. You need to determine when it's best to run and when it's best just to walk. Move the left
Täällä
stick.
on täkkäys.
With an equipped weapon in overhead view, press and hold the aim button to lock your line of fire while moving in any given direction. Use this for charges or retreats, or any other time that you want to concentrate fire in one direction while moving. The degree to which you move the left stick not only changes your walking speed, but changes your speed when crawling and for intrusion movement. With large movements of the left stick you can move faster, but you'll make noise and give yourself away to nearby enemies. With slight movements of the left stick, you can move in silence. It sacrifices speed, but it's the best choice for the times when creating noise presents significant risk. Snake, if you step in any water or mud, your feet will get wet. If you walk like that, you'll leave footprints behind and the enemy may follow them straight to you. Try to avoid walking through any water or mud as much as
Pitää
possible.
turhia. Suoraan ammutaan.
However, if your feet do get wet, just crawl to avoid leaving any footprints behind. When you don't want anybody following your trail, make sure to crawl. Equip food as a weapon and press the weapon button to throw the food. If you throw a live animal near an enemy, you may be able to distract him. If an enemy is really hungry, he may pounce at the prospect of food.
Tuota en
You
muistanut.
have minimal gear on this mission, and you have to make the most use out of anything you can procure on the ground.
Nälkäisiä solttuja, niin jotakin lentoraavaa heittelen niille.
Move the right stick in a direction during
Täällä on
opening.
käytö.
Snake, let me explain the enemy's various states of alert. First of all, there's the state in which the enemy in that area doesn't know that you're there. This is called normal phase. In normal phase, the enemy will follow normal procedures for patrols and other activities. They won't present much of a danger to you. But if they spot an intruder, that means you, they'll attack in an attempt to neutralize you. This is called alert phase. Alert phase will last until the enemy loses sight of you. Even after they lose sight of you, the enemy will continue to search the area for a while. This is called evasion phase.
Mikä on
Invasion
MGS2?
phase will last until the enemy exhausts their search effort. Once evasion phase is over, the enemy should return to base. After the search is aborted, the enemy will enter caution phase. In caution phase, enemy soldiers will be more cautious in their patrols, and they'll likely be more difficult to detect. In addition to the regular patrols, there's also a chance that they'll send out additional search units.
Se on ehkä ilkein tuo,
Keep on your
kun
toes.
search unittia tulla.
Wearing black face paint, huh? Painting your face with black paint should give you a high rate of camouflage in dark areas.
Joo.
You can capture
Nyt
animals
tulee toista. Edetään. Alright. Meillä on kuitenkin puukkoja, stunnikranuja. Eihän perussitit muuten. En tiedä, että mä ei oo ehkä varmaan järkevi temppu, minkä mä äsken tein. $95 kamo. Riittääkö se pysyy tässä piilossa? Vau. Riittää. Pelottava hyvin.
What's wrong?
Häh?
HQ.
Vai tuliko ne näkee vaan sitä...
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Okei. Eikö ne... Joo, tuon takia tekee sen. Aika hyvin toimi kamo. Pitää varoa, täällä on lintujakin. Ai sampere. Porasko mua? Joo. Myrkkykärme. Peru. Antidote. Eikä food poison, piru. Väärä lääke. Tuossa. Serum. Hitto, myrkkykäärme vetäis mua. Kokeillaan. Otetaanko täältä? Se on ikäväkö asettakaan. Mutta kun tää knife. Me varmaan mennään suoraan täältä. Tuttu siltä. Okei, ilman asetta tää on vähän työlämpi operaatio. Siellä on vastapuolella vähän vartioita myös lisää. Tietenkin tää nyt caution moodi vielä päällä. Tällä hetki. Kokeillaan osata tutka.
Patrol here. The situation is normal.
Understood. Resume your patrol.
Pitäisikö yrittää yllättää?
Speak. Speak.
If you slide down cliffs, you won't take any damage.
Pelivinkki.
Speak. Let go of me.
Vielä.
Speak.
If you slide down
vihje.
cliffs.
No. Pitäis lähteä tajukankaalle. Ai! Ei mennytkään. Nyt. Se oli vähän kömpelöä multakin. Granua saatiin ainakin matkaa. Mä pistän se AP-sensori. Noin. Puukolla vähän sieniä. First person knifeaus. Tää AP-sensori ei tosiaan vaan kerro sitä, että onko se sitten ihan ihmisvihu vai millainen. Oh shit. Saattaa olla oikeas. Noin.
Speak. While falling, press the action button above branches.
No.
Speak. Under the rope bridge, flatten yourself against the cliff wall and proceed.
Kyllä vihje.
Speak.
No. Vetäisin sitten kurku auki vahingossa, kun mä halusin tuon AP-sensorin pois ja mä panen L2 ja mä noihin tässä, että se vetää sen kurku auki, mutta joskus käy näin. No katos tähän. Se ei ollut ihan tarkoitus, myönnettäköön. Kontrolleissa vielä mulla hakemista temppelin suhteen. Uniform raindrop. Pitäisikö meidän laittaa taas AP-sensori vähintään? Joo. Liian hiljasta kyllä. Ehkä pieni tiedustelu.
You've arrived at the factory, I see.
Yeah. Now to meet up with this Adam guy.
Good. Go to it.
So, where is he?
We weren't given an exact location.
How about a time?
Nothing was specified.
A physical description?
I'm not sure.
Hyvä inteli.
How am I supposed to find him then?
You won't need to.
Huh?
He'll find you. Why don't you try the room to the northeast where you met Sokolov? Adam might be in there. Adam is a spy sent by the KGB to infiltrate Volgin's ranks. You'll need to be extremely careful in how you approach him.
Obviously. He can't let Volgin know he's meeting me.
That's right. Adam won't show up if you're being pursued by the enemy. Before you go to rendezvous with Adam, make sure you haven't been seen by the enemy. Meet up with him in normal phase. Got it?
Okay,
after you've grabbed an enemy from behind with CQC, press the crawl button during a run to commence a roll. For a brief interval, you'll perform a jump which can be used to knock down enemies. In contrast to the training you've done so far, you can use rolling to jump waist-high objects. However, remember that rolling consumes more stamina than standard
Ei voi
run.
tehdä MGS2 Raidenetta loputtomiin pitää.
Snake, unlike the virtuous...
Tää on tuttu.
Ah, you're using the survival knife.
Yeah. This thing provides me with all the bare essentials I need to survive in the field.
Hey, wait. What'd you do with the knife I made you? That was a work of art. It had matches and fish hooks and thread and stuff in the grip.
Sorry to have to tell you this, but that thing is useless in a fight.
No way. Really?
Yeah. When the grip is hollowed out like that, there's not as much space to stabilize
Ai
the
se kun
blade.
vakauttaa sitä.
So the joint between the blade and the grip is weaker. That makes it easier to break.
I get it. You're
En
right.
oo tota ajatellut
With your
koskaan.
knife, you don't have to worry about it breaking no matter how much you swing it around. So the important thing is durability. Man, I gotta write this stuff down. Next time, I'll make it so the matches and fish hooks go in the sheath instead. Splitter is an indoor face paint. Painting your face...
Onko muuta info?
You can take off your face
Ei
paint by
nähtävästi.
selecting no paint from face.
Varusteisiin liittyy niinku varmaan on enemmän. Sanoiko se muuten sikarista mitään? Tai muutkin, katsotaan muuttuuko se tässä.
That area... Snake, whatever happens to you, make sure you leave a descendant, okay?
Are you saying you want to have my...
No. I'm saying that in the 21st century, the genes of soldiers like you are going to be in high demand.
Mielenkiintoista.
Uh-huh. Remember when Watson and Crick discovered the double helix structure of DNA back in 1953?
No.
You know, they won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for it the year before last. Of course, you have to feel sorry for Pauling and Franklin. They were researching the exact same thing.
Sorry, I don't follow.
Inside every living creature are little blueprints called genes. Through the union of the sperm and egg cells, these blueprints are transformed.
Termi DNA ei tunnu vielä olla 60-luvulla.
That's why parents and children resemble each other. The concept of genes was first proposed over 100 years ago by Mendel, but he didn't know what they were exactly. For a while, it was thought that chromosomes were composed not of deoxyribonucleic acid, but of proteins called polypeptides. Later, it was shown that deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA, was a biological macromolecule. And 11 years ago, Watson and Crick discovered that DNA had a double helix structure.
Yeah, this is all fascinating stuff, but what exactly does it have to do with me?
The inherent characteristics of any given individual are determined by his or her genes. By duplicating a set of superior genes, a separate body with the same set of characteristics, a clone, can be created.
But genes don't control a person's fate.
That's true, but having an offspring that's genetically identical to the parent is more efficient, right? You can expect better results that way.
More efficient? You can't mass-produce human beings.
Maybe, but now that we know the true nature of genes, human cloning is that much closer to reality.
Metal Gear Solid 1.
Nuclear transplanting is already theoretically possible. So one day...
My genes are going to be a valuable commodity.
Exactly.
They'd never let that happen.
Just think, even if your body dies, you survive and go on to bigger and better accomplishments. If you think about it, it's kind of an honor.
Does that kind of technology seriously appeal to you?
Well, I am a doctor. I can't condone it on moral grounds, but I'm fascinated by the possibilities. Especially when I see such an excellent specimen as yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Kiva
thanks
siis
for the compliment, but it doesn't make me feel any better.
Don't be so glum. It's not like it's going to happen anytime soon. We'll just have to wait and see. Snake, there are...
Tuo on käyty.
That area is home to this...
Joo, ei oo uutta. Noniin. Varustette suhteen on varmaan enemmänkin. Mites muuten se kiinnitti, jossaako se näihin heittää?
I see you picked up a directional microphone. The directional microphone is exactly what it looks like, a listening device. When you equip it, you go into first-person view and the mic will pick up sounds in whatever direction you point it in. The directional microphone will let you hear a lot of things you couldn't hear otherwise.
Mitenhän tuossa kesti parista tuohon aikaan, kun otetaan huomioon, kun litiumakkuja ei vielä ollut.
You ought to find it useful when you want to know whether there's an enemy on the other side of the woods or something. Try it out. Covering your body.
Vaihtaa se sinne. Jos saadaan jotain hyvääkin vihjettä.
I've never seen a grenade like that one before. There are two basic types of grenades. Fragmentation grenades, which use shrapnel to kill or maim the target, and explosive grenades, which use the blast from the explosion as the offensive means. But the grenade you've got there isn't either of those. My best guess is that it's meant to knock the enemy out without hurting them. Most likely it's an entirely new kind of weapon developed exclusively at Groznygrad. I've heard that the SAS is working on a low-impact grenade for training purposes, but I never thought they'd be used in an actual battle. The flash of light that occurs when the grenade explodes is probably produced by magnesium. It's the same stuff that's used in camera flashes. I'm thinking they cut down on killing power by reducing the amount of explosives and made up for it by making the flash and bang so strong that it overwhelms the enemy's senses. I guess you could call it a stun grenade.
If I'm going to be stunned, I'd rather it be.
Snap out of it. Anyone around when that thing goes off will be laid out. It ought to come in handy when you're trying to storm a room or when you don't want to kill the enemy.
Oli hyvä, että kävi toikin keskustelu tuosta pelkästä granuusta. Aika hyvä dialogi tulee vaan, kun käy asioita läpi tässä pelissä. Alright. Saako scopeista heittää?
Tell me something, Sigint.
What's that?
What does Sigint mean, anyway?
It's short for signal intelligence.
Signal intelligence?
The part of intelligence that deals with electronic information. Things like intercepting and analyzing electronic communications, determining enemy force strength and positioning from radar emissions and radio chatter. You get the idea. Code breaking is considered part of SIGINT as well. 40 years from now, we'll be in the age of electronic warfare. It won't be long before information replaces firepower as the most valuable commodity on the battlefield.
So you're saying they won't need guys like me anymore?
Sorry to break it to you, but that's not gonna happen. No matter how advanced our technology gets, there's still no substitute for human beings. Anyway, the Major is a man of foresight. He knew the electronic age was coming, and so he called out to me.
And you responded?
Well, I didn't have any place else to go.
You couldn't find a job?
Nope. None of the places where they do this kind of high-tech research would even let me in the door.
Why not? I know you've got social problems, but...
Come again?
Nothing. I mean, someone with your talent ought to be able to...
Yeah, well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that I'm black. The Major, though, he doesn't care about what color you are. I've never met anyone like him before. He's different, you know?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I don't think racism's gonna go away even in the 21st century. But I want to work with computers and use them to bring people closer together. In the digital world, it doesn't matter whether you're black or white, American or Russian or whatever. Everybody's going to be the same. That's what I do. I see you're using the binoculars. Those are high-performance binoculars made especially for the military. They're completely waterproof and are filled with nitrogen gas to prevent lens fog. The eyepiece, objective lenses, and the prism have been coated to reduce glare. They ought to work plenty well even in dark places. And they're even equipped with autofocus and zoom functions. Won't find a better pair of binoculars than that.
What are you, a binocular salesman?
Hey, I know a good product when I see one, that's all.
Okei. Katsotaanpa muuten, osaako se näistä heittää juttua myöskin.
You can take off. Tiger Stripe is a... The woodland...
Nähtävästi ei heitä kommenttia. KP sensor.
Using the anti-personnel sensor, I see. The sensor vibrates when it detects organic reactions from human targets. It's been adjusted to respond only to humans, so unlike other sensors, it ignores animals and focus only on the enemy.
Tää versio.
It'll even detect enemies that aren't moving, and you won't have to worry about it giving away your position. But on the flip side, it won't tell you the exact location of the target. Keep that in mind when you're using it. Also, remember that when you use it in first-person view, it'll only scan in the direction you're facing.
Okei, tuo on tärkeä tietää. Tuo on hyvä, että en muistanut tuoltakaan. Tässä suuntakin, että mihin kattoo vaikuttaa.
The motion detector will display any moving objects in your vicinity. But the enemy isn't the only thing that's moving around in the jungle. If there are animals moving nearby, the sensor will pick up those animals too. And remember that there's a limit to how sensitive it is. Enemies and animals that don't move around very much won't get picked up.
Joo.
Active sonar sends out a special type of sound wave whenever you press the left stick. It uses the echo from those waves to calculate and display the position of nearby objects. Unlike the motion detector, it'll show you objects that aren't moving. But because you're blasting out sound waves, there's a risk that the noise will alert enemies and animals to your presence. Be careful about when
Jos
and
tuottaa
where
ääntä,
you
niin
use
sillähän voisi houkutellakin. Sillä logiikalla. Alright, meillä ei tää olla enää mitään muuta erikoista. Lähdetäänpä eteenpäin. On kyllä hiljainen mesta nyt. Onko täällä mitään kerättävää enää? Jotain. AK-47. Todella kyllä tommonen sammakko muuten. Onks tää semmonen, mikä on pakko ampua? Mutta aloittaa se vaan repusta. Varmana tulee jonkin sortin mekkalla tästä, ei voi vaan mitään. Että pakko ampua tuo sammakko. Noniin. Tuo ääntäkin jo. Näin. Ei piru, siinä napannut sitten oikein mulla. Tässä kontrollit vaatii eniten totuttelua ehkä. Laatikko löydetty. Paras teknologia ikinä. Sitten vaan laittaa täältä. Cardboard box A. Okay. Says to the weapons lab, east wing on the side. Tehdäänpä nyt läppäsoitot.
Snake, remember that the suppressor is a limited commodity.
I know. No suppressor lasts forever.
Exactly. When the suppressor's durability wears away, it breaks beyond repair. See the weapon icon to check the suppressor's present level of durability. Remove the suppressor from your gun if you want to make it last. Select the weapon that the suppressor is on with the weapon window button, and press the enter button to attach or detach the suppressor. Regulate usage of the suppressor based on the situation. Why don't you try the room to the northeast where you met Sokolov? Adam might be in there. Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radios. These signalers can use their radios to transmit information to and from the command headquarters. If a signaler realizes your presence, you can bet he'll be on the horn calling backup from headquarters. After headquarters receives the call for backup, they contact a nearby unit and order them to head over to give support. Once backup arrives, your enemies will outnumber you beyond hope for victory. It'll be too much for even you to handle. If you notice a signaler making a call for backup with his radio, take him out before he has the chance. If the call gets through, retreat before the backup unit arrives. If you hang around too long, you'll find yourself immensely outmatched. Got it?
Selvä.
It's possible to destroy the radio that enemy correspondents use. If you must get involved in a fight, destroying the radio first will allow you to concentrate on the battle without worrying about reinforcements.
No, paramedi.
Snake, unlike the...
Sekä ei halua puhua laatikosta.
When you get shot, you'll sometimes suffer a gunshot wound. the chance of suffering a serious injury is especially high at close range. When you have a gunshot wound, your maximum life will decrease depending on its severity. Gunshot wounds will heal naturally over time, but if you want it to heal faster, go into Cure in the survival viewer and treat it. To treat a gunshot wound, you need to dig out the bullet with your knife, disinfect the wound, and apply styptic, then wrap it in a bandage. When all that's finished, the gunshot wound will be fully healed.
No, se kiitti.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible
Ei voi
urge to get
vastustaa
inside.
pakko minä laatikon sisällä.
Not just an urge, more than that. It was my destiny to be
Kohtalo.
here, in the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel
Se on niinku kissa.
like this is where I
Melkeinpä.
was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come into this box. Then you know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building.
No niin.
You can take
Aika muuta laatikkodialogia enää. Tuo on kyllä niin hyvä tuo laatikko. Joka pelissä.
The gauge below your life gauge is your stamina gauge. It shows as the name...
Mutta ei halua kommentoida nyt sitä. No, kokeillaan myöhemmin. Joo, Sinikalla chattiin sieltä vähän laatikkoreferenssiä kissan kanssa. Aivan loistava. Alright. Tyhjä täynnä. Miten mulla vaatii vielä totuttelua, kun tässä pitää tosiaan Xää pitää pidempään pohjassa, että se tuo menee kunnolla Pro'n asentoon. Face Zombie. Katsotaanpas minkälainen zombisetti meillä löytyy. No niin. Face painted mimics a zombie. Pitäis nyt soittaa.
Snake, your face paint is...
I know. It's called Zombie.
Zombie? What does that mean?
Beats me.
Are you serious?
Niinkö se ei ollut 60-luvulla tietenkään yleisessä
You've
tietämyksessä?
never heard of zombies.
Nope.
Never.
You guys don't know anything. A zombie is a dead body that's been cursed and brought back to life by a master of black magic. Supposedly, they revive the dead and use them as slaves. It's also seen as a kind of punishment. People who commit terrible crimes can be forced to labor even after they're dead.
Interesting. How do you know all this stuff?
I saw it in movies.
Totta kai.
Like White Zombie. Never seen it?
Nope.
Can't say I have.
How about Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No.
Missed it.
You can't just focus on the things you like all the time. You have to expand your horizons, try new things. You guys need to get out more.
Toki totta.
Yeah, well, anyway, that
Jos
face
ei
paint
kovia
doesn't look
asioita
all that useful.
monesta eri
wear it if you
näkökulmasta
want, but I
tai
think you should change
tälleen,
too.
niin ei
You
sitä
don't
voi
need to change
oppiakaan.
anything.
Why not?
It makes them look awesome. Doesn't it?
Look, arguing about it isn't going to get us anywhere. Snake, you do whatever you want.
It does make you look cool.
Näillä cool zombie. Zombit voittoon. Jäikös tänne muuta kuin nää linnut sitten? Aha. Ei muuta. Mennäänpä sinne mihin kuuluukin. Pam 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 pam. Hetkinen. Eikö mukaan riitä tästä kiipeämään? Mitä rollaus? No se menee. Mine detector. No, katsotaan se kohta. Tuolla se lunkka.
Adam won't show up if you're being pursued by the enemy. Before you go to rendezvous with Adam, make sure you haven't been seen by the enemy. Meet up with him in normal phase. Got it?
Kuna zombi.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down!
Mauserilla vettää. Siinä kun on lipas.
There is your answer.
Ja Hideo Kojima momentti. Että se on aika närykköstä. Big Bossi vaan. Oi hyvä näkö. Mä voin kuvitella mitä Hideo Kojima on sanonut sillä niin, että pelille ja kamera tiepeille kaikille, että näin se pitää tehdä tähän peliin.
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were?
Yes.
Why?
Because I can do things he can't.
Snake näkö hermosavut.
You used to be a code breaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave and you'll arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right then. I'll do something special for you.
Snake innostui heti. Huh?
I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
No niin, pistetäänpä save sitten. Näin. Viidakossa nukkuu zombie snake. R1. Wow, mitäs siellä näkyy? Snake.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
No muistatko tässä vielä se läppäkohta tulee se yksi kohta, milloin on vielä R1 paino. Tässä. Snakeillä vähän fokus muualla.
Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement.
Oselot. No niin. Siltä se astelee. Kissamies.
Okay, I'll keep them busy.
Don't go dying on me now.
Niin. 8 vihua. Evasion moodilla tulee. Mä en muista, että pystyisikö ne kaikki stunnaamaankin tyyliin. Sitten mä muistan, että itekin pystyy täältä menneen vaikka näin. Granunkin voi ottaa täältä vielä. Noin. Siitä meni ainakin pari. Noin. Tuolta tulee. Suoraan jalkaan. Tää olisi tunnitusta. Tässä on kiva leikki. Noin. Tieltä tipahti 1. Mulla on aika hyvin nuo askeleet täällä. Se on nyt tuolla ulkoreunalla. Takaa kuulut. Okei. Ai! Se näki tuolta. Okei. Parempi paikka vaan hakee. Missähän se on se kaveri? Mikä se I see him? Onko se katolla oleva? Ei voi olla. Missä perussa se on? What the f... Onks tuolla? Nyt löytyy. Se haulikko kaveri. Ei se ollut se haulikko kaveri. Tuolla. Tässä tää juoksumekaniikka tässä saa piettyä niinku pohjalla. Tuolta. Sisäpuolelta. Ei, katolta. Tuo on pakko olla katto. Vai onko? En me enää vanno. Missä oot? Voisit tekin mennä täältä. Käydään tarkista. On se katolla. Vielä yksi. Kiitos. Viimeinen tyyppi. Mitä ei paljasta, jos on paikoillaan. Täällä partioimassa. Nyt löytö. Bam. No niin, homma hoidettu.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way. First, enter the cave through...
That area is...
Right. Paukkuja meni ihan mukavasti. Täältä käy vähän lainaa. Tavaroita, kiitos. Mennäänkö samasta? Joku unohtui.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Kissamies.
That's it. That's the stance. I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
Se on vahtanut asetyypi.
You've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item.
Tuleeko Red Dead Online pistoli engravaus? Vielä vähän.
You're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
Oselotilla ei mennä oppiin. Fail. Au. Kissamies lentää.
Six shots. That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left.
Ei mene
This
nappiin.
is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn!
Mikro laittaa Oselotosta nyt Mikromaksilla kulta-arkkuja. Joo. Joo, Red Dead Onlineissa tosiaan. Engravaukset vastaan, mutta nehän vaatii harkkuja. Ainakin ne hienommat.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Joo, kyllä Oselotulla tässä mennyt yhtään nappiin. Melkein niinku crossima-polo menee.
It looks like you've got rid of all the ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should start by going to the crevice to the north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says?
Pitäis olla silleen olla, kun feilaa pelissä tai tulee joku miau-pilkku-maininta, niin se Oselotti se miau huuto. Se pitää kyllä tehdä se nappula tai ääni siihen nappulaan.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low. Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. He makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have any problems. Follow the route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way. First, enter the cave.
That area is...
Tuleeko enää uutta dialogia muut?
Snake, there are...
Mä vähän epäilyt, ettei tuu. Joo. Entä se kiintillä vielä?
Hey Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a customization like that before. Why the grip?
To fit it with a knife.
A knife? You're gonna keep the knife and the gun both at the ready?
That's the idea.
Why would you want to do that?
Sometimes a knife works better in close proximity encounters. So I equip both at the same time.
Tai vanhojen kodien puukko. Multiplayer se instakill.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that. You know that army motorcycle that Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II, the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from a German motorcycle factory, machines and all.
And then they took it back with them and started producing replicas?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else. Hey, you've got an M1911A1.
Yeah, a 45. 50 years since the Army adopted the first model, and they're still using them. It's a real gem of an automatic pistol.
But aren't you gonna need more than just one little handgun?
Not at all. When you're in a tight spot or fighting in close quarters, sometimes a handgun works better than a rifle. And if I equip a knife at the same time, I can instantaneously switch over to hand-to-hand combat.
I see. That 45 you've got there is a lot different from the original, though. Looks like someone did some serious work on it.
It's more than a little. First of all, the feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. It's not going to have any feeding problems. The slide's been replaced with a reinforced version, and it meshes perfectly with the frame. The frame itself has been iron welded and scraped down multiple times for maximum precision.
Snake vähän innoissaan tästä pyssyssä.
Pyssyssä?
Mitä mä sanoin? Pyssystä. Piti sanoa. Mitä? Mä sanoin pyssyssä. Mä olisin vähän olla väsynempi. Tänään kun sanat ihan sekas.
It's got an enlarged front sight, giving it superior target sighting capability. The regular hammer's been replaced with a ring hammer. That enhances the cocking control and increases the hammer down speed. They also reworked the grip safety to accommodate the ring hammer. Looks like they eliminated it altogether. This is a tool for pros. The thumb safety and the slide stop are extended to allow for more precise handling. The base of the trigger guard is whittled down so you can use a high grip. And the trigger itself is a long type for easy finger access. The trigger pull is about 3.5 pounds. That's about 1.5 pounds lighter than normal. The magazine well has been widened to make it easier to put in a new magazine. The magazine catch button has been cut down low to make it harder to hit it by mistake. The mainspring housing has been changed to a flat type to increase grip. And it's even been fitted with stepping so it doesn't slip from the recoil when firing. On top of that, they added cocking serrations to the front part of the slide. That lets you load and eject cartridges faster in an emergency. Whoever did this is a professional. No question, this thing could shoot a one-hole at 25 yards in a machine rest.
Well, I'll be damned. That's some gun.
Yeah, I've never used a weapon this fine in my life.
The Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. You can use it to take enemies down without hurting them. The thing is, the amount of time it takes for the tranquilizer to work depends on which part of the body the dart hits. If you need to drop an enemy in one shot, aim for the head. The Mark 22 can also be equipped with a suppressor. With a suppressor equipped, you won't need to worry about anybody hearing the shot. But the suppressor will deteriorate each time the gun is fired. The durability of your suppressor is displayed on the weapon icon whenever the suppressor is equipped. Be sure to keep an eye on it. A suppressor can be unequipped by pressing the enter button while the weapon window is open. It's a good idea to take the suppressor off a gun when you don't need it.
No niin, sitten liikkeelle. Hetkinen, täällä on käärme. Siitä muuten tuli mieleen. Hahmon pitää muistaa syödäkin. Sammakko. All right. infot läpi.
That swamp seems pretty deep. It's probably deep enough to dive underwater and swim around. Press the crawl button when you're swimming on the surface to dive underwater. The controls when you're underwater are quite different from when you're on land. The left stick controls the direction you're facing. Press up, down, left or right to turn in that direction. Press the CQC button or the crawl button to move forward. Each button press will move you one stroke forward. Press the button repeatedly to swim faster. You can also press the action button to surface in an emergency. While you're swimming, you can use the right stick to look in a different direction without changing the direction you're going. Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming, so if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your six. Also, by using your sensors, you should be able to detect crocodiles before they get too close. Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile... Snake, you'll be...
Snake, be careful. That area is inhabited by coral snakes.
Käärmeitä.
The coral snake is a venomous snake
Ja totta kai se on myrkyllinen.
from the Americas. Its venom is a very potent neurotoxin, so don't let it bite you. If you do get bitten, go into the survival viewer right away and use Cure to neutralize the poison.
Käärmeitä ja krokotiileja.
The colorful red and black patterns on the coral snake are a warning sign. Apparently, the bright flashy colors and pattern let other animals know that it carries a deadly poison that keeps them from attacking. There are many animals that mimic the colors of known poisonous animals as a defense. See, by mimicking other poisonous creatures, they increase their chances of survival. There is another non-poisonous snake called the milk snake that borrows its coloring from the coral snake.
Maitokäärme.
You're not even listening, are you?
No.
Okay, we'll talk about something you're interested in then.
The taste?
Yes. It says here that coral snakes are pretty good in a snaky kind of way.
A snaky kind of way, huh?
Okei, käärmemäisesti. Kuulostaa hämärältä.
That area is inhabited by the milk snake. The milk snake closely resembles the coral snake, but it's actually not venomous. Even so, you'll still take damage if it bites you, so don't get too close.
So is there a way to tell the difference between a milk snake and a coral snake?
It's pretty difficult. They really do look almost exactly
Kiva, et tiedät,
alike.
kumpi on sitten myrkyllinen.
I guess if I had to pick something, I'd say it's that the milk snake is much less aggressive.
Okay.
Ah, I just thought of a better way. You're going to love this.
What?
Eat it.
Eat it?
Yeah. The guide says milk snakes don't taste very good.
Is that
Kummeutta.
right? But if I've already caught and eaten it, what does it matter which kind of snake it was?
It doesn't, does it? Shoot, I thought I had a good idea. Snake, that area is inhabited by the poison dart frog.
Ja myrkkysammakkojakin.
Poison dart frog is native to the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. They normally grow between 2 and 5 centimeters in length, but for some reason the ones in that area seem to be much bigger than that. Poison dart frogs are known to carry a potent neurotoxin called peliluola. Long ago, people used the poison to coat their arrows for hunting. Watch out, because if you eat one, you'll get food
Okei,
poisoning.
noita sammakoita ei ehkä lähteä syömään noin vaan.
That area is inhabited by Indian gavials. The Indian gavial is a large crocodile native to India and Nepal. It's extremely aggressive, so watch
oikein
out.
mukava.
It's got a tough hide, so you'll have a hard time catching one. Capturing them alive is probably out of the question. Eat food to recover stamina. Snake, that's
Tuokella käytän.
Treating serious...
Ei mitään uutta. Onko sikitellä vielä mitään?
A suppressor can... Raindrop was used by Germany during World War II. Even now, it's still used a lot in Eastern Europe. It's designed to be especially inconspicuous in the rain, so you'll get the most out of it if you put it on during a downpour. When you're using the assault rifle...
Okei, nää loput alkaa olla silleen tutumpaa. Edetäs. Onko sitä raindrop? Pistähän päälle. Alright. Mitä kautta mennään? Onks toi nyt kumpi? Nyt vasta hokaisin. Olipa sokeena. Vau. Wow. Olin oikeesti sokeena. En oikeesti mennyt hokata. Tyhmänä vaan katsoa, että mikähän tossa on. Pitäis sillä tavalla, että mennään täältä vaikka. Okei, tuolta lähestyy. Täällä on kaloja. Ihan kunnolla. Katsotaan meidän tarvikkeet. Tuo voisi vaihtaa tuohon. Ja mine detectorkin muuta. Bug juice. Jakamatta, että että vaitokäärme ei ole myrkyllinen, se on kuristajakäärme. Okei. Jakama heittää meille sieltä infot. Ihan mielenkiintoinen juttu.
Snake, are you there?
Eva?
142-52.
Did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan?
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traders have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Eva on
Are you
28.
talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment. And by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth, then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying, too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
Uusi kontakti.
That area is known as Chorny Prud. The name means something like the Black Shore in Russian.
Musta rannikko. Hetkinen, oliko Death Strandingissa, oliko se Black Shore nimellä?
The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious. Apparently they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers.
Tässäkin peli pelata varmaan.
Now no one even
Ne
dares
sivutehtävät ja muutkin hommat siinä loppuun.
They said that most of the soldiers who were killed were attacked from behind while they were in
Ja
the water.
jatkaa chattiin ja lemmikkikäärme.
Eva, what kind of unit are those ocelots I fought a little while ago?
The Ocelot unit is an elite group composed of soldiers handpicked from among the ranks of Spetsnaz, the Special Forces wing of GRU. They've undergone even more rigorous training than regular Spetsnaz. Their skill with weapons is the stuff of legends. You'll find they're much better shots than the rest of GRU. Watch yourself. The crevice that leads to the cave is still a ways to the north. Keep heading that way. The crevice...
First, enter the...
Kellään mitään uutta enää.
Snake, look at your body.
Yep. Looking good.
Not there.
Then where?
See the leeches?
Leeches?
Yeah, you've got leeches all over you. Leeches will sometimes attach themselves to you if you spend a long time in the water or the swamp.
Me oltiin vähän veellä.
When you've got leeches on you, they'll suck your blood, causing you to lose stamina. You should get rid of them as soon as possible. To get rid of leeches, go into Cure in the survival viewer and press your cigar.
Tää on elämäsimulaattori tää peli melkein.
Or, if you use the insecticidal bug juice ahead of time, the leeches won't bother you as long as the bug juice is in effect.
Alright. Elikkä meillä on pieni ongelma kehossa. Jep, bloodsucking leeches attached to body. Joo, pitää polttaa sikarilla. Noin. Tyydytä ilmatoja.
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green... By the way, Snake.
What?
You know the Ocelot unit commander?
Ocelot?
Yeah, that's not his real name, is it?
I wouldn't think so.
Is it a code name?
You mean like Snake?
Yeah.
Maybe. Why? Is that strange?
No, I was just wondering why he's called Ocelot.
Why's that?
Well, I looked it up, and it turns out the ocelot is a wild cat whose habitat stretches from the southern U.S. down to northern Argentina. They live in a variety of different environments, from tropical rainforests to savannas. The biggest ones can grow up to 1 meter in length. They're normally solitary creatures, and their diet consists mainly of small animals and fish. During the day, they sleep up in the trees, but at night...
Yeah, paramedic.
Oh, right. So, the ocelot is an animal that lives on the American continent. But then I wondered, why would a Soviet officer be using the name of an American wildcat?
Good question. Maybe it's because he's fast and agile like an ocelot.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
But why'd you go to all the trouble of looking it up?
Because I was curious. Was it helpful?
Sure.
That's the
Snake, I looked at your medical record. You've been exposed to an atomic blast?
Yeah, the Bravo shot. It was a hydrogen bomb test conducted at Bikini Atoll on March 1st, 1954. I was at the American base on Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands when the ashes of death started falling from the sky.
Any symptoms?
None. At least, not yet. But a lot of the guys who were in it with me are now suffering from thyroid cancer and leukemia. Some of them are dead already. One of these days. Anyway, I'd better get back to the mission.
Yeah. Burns happen when you're engulfed in flames or get caught in an explosion. When you've got a burn, your maximum life will go down depending on its severity. Burns heal naturally over time without you doing anything, but if you go into Cure in the survival viewer and treat the burn, you can heal it instantaneously. To treat the burn, lightly spread the ointment over the wound and wrap it in bandages. If you do both of these
Mikä se on suomalaisesti tämmönen joku pepanteeni?
You should be able to find Siberian
pepanteenia hieman palohaavoihin.
The Siberian
Tällainen käytä.
Cuts happen when you get slashed with a knife or other sharp object. When you have a cut, your maximum life goes down depending on its severity. Cuts heal naturally over time, but if you go into cure, it'll heal instantaneously. To treat a cut, you need disinfectant, styptic, sutures, and a bandage. As long as you have all those things, the cut should heal up nicely. You'll suffer broken bones if you jump from too high a place or get hit with a severe blow. When you have a fracture, your maximum life goes down. Fractures will heal little by little over time, but you can heal them right away by going into Cure in the survival viewer and following the necessary procedure. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. Snake, there's a fruit called the galova growing in that area. The galova is a variety of jack...
Galova ollaan käyty. Okei, edetään. Tuolla olisi tavaraa. Uskalletaanko hakea? Tästä ei päässä. Tai hetkinen. Miten se mappi sanoo tässä? Mä oon unohtanut liikaa tästä pelistä ihan oikeesti. Ihan hävettää. Suomeksi sanottuna. Onko se niinkö siirtymä tuolta ulkopuolelta? Uskaltaako sitä lähteä kokeilemaan? On sillä jotakin muutakin selvästi. Zoomi. Eikö tässä ollut zoomia? On. Jonkinlaista esinettä siellä on. Pitäisikö vaan rohkeana kokeilla? Kokeilla. Alright. Here we go. Vieläkö mä muistan, että päässään tonne ylös? Tästä ei ainakaan... Tuossa on toi narunpätkä selvästi, mutta... tuolta ylhäältä. No ne, nyt mä näen ton. Oh! Jäi! Joo, mä poistun, kun et vaan löy sillä hännellä mua. Jumalauta. No. Nopealla uinilla. Varmaan kehotaan on kaikkea mukavaa tuosta toimisesta. Aina pannaan väärä nappulaa. Tuosta. Jep. Se hoituu noin. Niin, sitten tuo esine. Wow, no. Ei, Samper. Onks sä tosissas peli? Mä pikkumokasin vaan siinä. Okidoki. Mä haluan sen. En anna periksi nytten kyllä. Taas Cure-valikon kautta. Okei, sitten tää vaan pudottautuu vähän aikaisemmin siihen köylle. Hetkinen, oliko tää muuten kuinka stamina riippuvainen? Joo, tää muuten omaa staminaa käyttää. Syytä siis pitää ruokasetit täynnä. Okei. Tuosta. Ei vissiin kovin herkkuu meille. Tasted bad. Nyt voidaan paremmin kokeilla. Staminaa pitäisi olla riittävästi. Luulen, että tähän ihan loppuun saakka kai tää mennä. Onkohan se tästä? Vai suoraan tuohon köydelle? Hop. Huhhuh. Se oli lähellä. Noniin, kohta se on minun se siinä. Tadaan! No niin, croc cap. Katsotaanpas. Tuosta. Pitää vaan joku asia pudottaa meidän repusta ensin. Olisiko se vaikka toi mine detectori? Mä pistän croc capin taakeläppä. Alright, sitten päälle. Equip the rear. No niin. Oikein uskottava. Ja nyt sitten vielä mahtava puhelu tästä.
A cap shaped like a crocodile head, you say?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You know, animal disguises are one of the oldest tricks in the book in the intelligence world. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I've heard that during World War II, the OSS used to use cow suits. Supposedly, they sent agents out to hide and herd
Oikeesti?
cows so they could spy on enemy units as they passed by.
Lehmävakojat.
Nowadays, I guess
Spy
people
cows.
wouldn't even give a crocodile-shaped cap a second look. They think it was just a gag item. But if you use it the right way, it can be an effective weapon for spying. I gotta hand it to you, Snake. You're one sharp guy. You okay, Snake?
Now forget it.
Huh?
The gauge below... Snake, what are you...
How does it look?
It looks cool.
No niin.
Huh?
It looks cool on you.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't think cool is the right word.
Why? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? Don't you think it looks silly? Doesn't it make you laugh? Aren't you going to ask me what the hell I was thinking?
No.
Oh.
I think it really does look good. It reminds me of the alligator people.
Oh, the... what?
The alligator people. It's a science fiction movie. You've never heard of it?
Sitä mä en kyllä kattonut itse.
Oh, well, you should see it sometime. It's about this guy who gets hurt in a car accident and tries to heal his wounds by injecting himself with a crocodile serum, but then his head turns into a crocodile.
Kuulostaa aika hurjalta leffalta.
You look just like him with the mask on. That's awesome!
Right.
Huh?
Okei, Major Zero. Sanokaan se tästä mitään? Ei varmaan.
Eva was right when she said that operating in an unknown jungle at night is extremely dangerous. In my former outfit, the SAS, we'd always be sure to set up camp before sunset and wait until daybreak before setting out again. Being able to stay in that abandoned factory made things a lot easier for you. You ought to be thanking Eva.
Major, what's this temptation Eva was talking about?
In the Old Testament of the Bible, Eve was seduced by a snake into tasting the fruit of knowledge. By eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve disobeyed God's command and were cast out from the Garden of Eden.
Raamatun kertomus.
Thus, it was the snake who led mankind into original sin.
Come to think of it, I did break a rib in the Virtuous mission. Maybe that's where Eva came from.
But the one who tempted Adam into eating the forbidden fruit was Eve. You may be working together, but she's still a KGB operative. Don't let your guard down.
I don't intend to.
Snake, your number one priority in this mission is rescuing Sokolov. Eva said he is in the lab, so head over there.
Right.
Do you remember how to get to the lab?
You mean what Eva told me?
Yes.
Of course I do.
All right, repeat it for me.
Major, do you think I'd forget
Kylläpä mä se on unohtanut.
Let's hear it then.
First I head north.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll come to a crevice.
Mm-hmm.
And then?
And then...
All right, let's go over this one more time.
Hyvin menee.
First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by a mangrove. Follow the aqueduct to the north and you should arrive at a warehouse. Climb out of the water and enter the warehouse. After you've infiltrated the warehouse, pass through it to the north. Then you'll emerge in the woods again. The lab will be directly to the north. Are we clear now?
Yeah.
Eli kovin varma.
I got it. Basically, I just head north, right? Ugh.
Snake, I heard you got a scientist disguise from Eva.
Yeah.
Go to uniform on the camouflage screen and choose scientist to disguise yourself as a scientist.
Scientist, huh?
But it won't do you any good to go around the jungle wearing a scientist disguise.
No one would be that stupid.
Why?
You're right. No one would think of going around the jungle in a scientist disguise. If they did, they'd have to be a fool. More than a fool. A complete dumbass. Don't you think so, Snake?
Yeah.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the
Okei,
water.
sanoiko Iiva vielä tästä jotain?
The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious. Apparently, they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers out on patrol. Now no one even dares to go near the swamp. They said that most of the soldiers who were killed were attacked from behind while they were in the water. You be careful out there.
Eva, where are you now?
I told you, didn't I? I'm right near the colonel.
Pretty weak answer, if you ask me.
I suppose you're right.
Eva.
Snake, I'm under orders to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you everything I know. I would assume the same applies to you, too. The crocodiles...
Okei, nyt toistaan. Edetään. Tää on kyllä makea. Tää on hieno tää first person näkymäkin. Tää on varmaan krokotiilimoodi. Tälleen miltä näyttää minun. No niin. Saman tien saa leechin poistaa. Sähköä ja paljon.
Snake, be careful. That barbed wire is electrified and you'll get a shock if you touch it. It looks like there's no way to get over it. First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll...
Otan toistoa.
Snake, the Mark 20...
Toistoa tuokin.
Eat food.
Wearing raindrop pattern camo, huh?
Toisto. Elikkä... Täältäpä kiipeile. Paljon tässä kiipeilymaista. Ei oo kiipeilyä, mutta täältä voi mennä. Ai, sampere! Ups, pikkusen. No ei tässä pitää pohjaa pitää tuo X. No niin, saatiin vähän tälli. Hyvin menee kuu. Tää on kleikka hommaa. Okei.
When you fire continuously with wearing...
Ei mitään kommenttia noista vai? Ei, paino väärä nappula. Pitäis varmaan laittaa se mine detectori. Vähäksi aikaa nyt lähtee tää hattu. Nyt. Okei. Leikatkin. Nää voisi ysäyttää ampumallakin, mutta... Miten se oli tässä pelissä, että jos meni eestä, ysähtikö ne vai ei? Ne voi kerätä, joo. Okei. Tuolla. No niin. Okei, tuossa on puu. Me päässään tuolta. Tää vähän tutki. Täällä on useampikin kohta, mistä päässään kivasti. No niin, me ei kaikkia tarvita, mutta... Tuossa on tommonen... Oliko toisessa, jos ton tuhossa sai sen sähköt viettyä helkkariin? Ei se varmaan oo se. Kuvittelen varmaan. Noin. Mutta meneeköhän tää nyt ihan nappiin. Justiinsa. Täällä on koira. Täällä on koira. Tuo ei voi olla oikein kiva meille.
Snake, it looks like they've got attack dogs in that area. Attack dogs generally receive extensive military training in tracking and combat techniques. They're formidable close-range fighters and difficult to elude. Their barking can alert enemy patrols to your presence as well. Take care not to let attack dogs catch sight of you. Attack dogs may be dangerous, but they can't climb trees. If you've been cornered by attack dogs, try climbing a tree. Smoke grenades should prove useful as well. Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing...
You say there are attack dogs? Those attack dogs are Great Danes. The breed is originally from Germany. They've been used for hundreds of years as hunting dogs. As you can see, they're very large, strong too. They've got a calm yet courageous temperament, and on top of that, they're extremely intelligent. In some cases, a trained Great Dane can be more dangerous than a human opponent. Watch out for them.
Hyvä, että emme tehdä koiraa.
Forget it, Snake.
Forget what?
Se maistaminen.
You were thinking about how they taste, weren't you?
I wasn't thinking.
Don't
Koiran
follow me. I could tell by the look on your face.
You can't see my face.
No, but I can imagine it. Don't you dare think about trying to capture an attack dog. You hear me?
Totta kai me yritetään.
Yeah.
Snake, be careful of...
They sicked attack dogs on you? People have been using dogs in wars since before recorded history. The Greek and Roman armies used to send out packs of dogs with spiked collars to charge at enemy ranks. Attack dogs were regularly employed in the First and Second World Wars as well. Traditionally, dogs have been used to keep watch, send messages, and assist in search operations. Then the Soviets came up with a new idea, using them to carry bombs.
Bomb dogs?
Pommikoiria.
Yeah. They were trained
Tuli vähän mieleen ne Britannian pikällinen pommipulut.
Apparently it worked pretty well, but the Russians messed up, man. They use their own tanks for the training. Turns out the dogs kept going after Russian tanks and blowing them up. So the plan was scrapped before it got off the ground. Well, I don't think you need to worry about those dogs exploding on you. They don't seem to be the bomb-carrying type. But they are highly trained in tracking and detection. Don't underestimate them. They're excellent trackers and ferocious fighters. Attack dogs move fast and are deadly in proximity encounters. They'll pick up your scent and use it to track you, so it'll be hard to shake them off. In a way, they're more dangerous than any human opponent. Be prepared. The Soviet-made smoke grenades you might find around there also seem to act as a mild tear gas. It might not have that much of an effect on human targets wearing balaclavas, but it ought to wreak havoc to a dog's nose. If you're being chased by attack dogs, give them a taste of a smoke grenade.
Good. You made it to Bolshaya Pust. The name Bolshaya Pust means something close to the Great Cavity. It probably got that name from the crevice to the north. There's a fortified area in the southern part of Bolshaya Pust that's strung with barbed wire. To the north of that is a relay station that serves as both a depot for material shipments and a communication facility. The crevice leading to the cave is located to the north of the relay station. Head north.
Okei. Tuo koira pitää tainuttaa. Niin. Oh. Mistäs toi ääni kuuluu? Kamoa paremmaksi jos saadaan. Mä epäilen, ettei sieltä tulee kohta. Mistä se kuuluu se? Pistäpä tuo motioni. Ei näy mitään. Oh, nyt tulee joku. Kampetta sitten, kiitos. Okei. Mennään täältä. Ei se suositus ollut, että vältetään mutaa. Tai muitakin mestoja, jos vaan pystyy. No. Peli, perhana, mä en halunnut tonne. Tuolta saadaan toi. Ei hitto! Mä oikeesti peli perhana. Mä voisin vannoa, että mä pidin sitä ihan loppuun saakka kiinni, mutta se vissiin rekisteröi se kulmalla. Okei. Fine. Jaakko ottaa chatti, että Texas Chainsaw Massacre Game oli kyllä varsin pettymys, ei mitään Halloween-päivitystä. No, sehän koko peli itsessään on melkein Halloween menoa siinä, että kun mietitään. Olisiko nyt Uniform Splitteri. Okei, pari vartijaa. Viekkain. Jos mä toisen niistä hoidan kai näin. Se vähän siinä ja siinä. Vähän vielä. Noin. Kiitos kamppeista. Vielä mitään muuta ikävää meitä vastas. Oh. Mä en oikeesti tuota nähnyt yhtään. Oho. Se oli niin hyvässä kulmassa, että mä en oikeesti pongannut tota. Mihin se droppasi se sinne? Tossa. Vielä tää peli osaa yllättää. Näin vuosia myöhemminkin. Kartta vielä auki. No nyt vähän tällä reittiä, mitä pystyy useampaakin kokeilemaan, mutta ennen kuin tuonne mennään, niin kävästään täällä vielä. Mä en aidosti muista, että yhtään, että olisiko täällä ollut mitään muuta sitten. Oli tässä semmonen vaan, että se vie eri pisteeseen. Past base.
Good, you've reached the relay station, but stay alert. That station is an enemy strongpoint. The security is bound to be tight.
But there's no other way to get to the crevice if I don't make it through.
Exactly. The crevice leading to the cave is in the north of that area. Find a way to slip past the enemy and head north. The crevice leading to...
Snake, there...
No.
Snake.
Pattern clothing, face paint, tactical movements. These are the elements of camouflage that will allow you to deceive your enemy. To
camouflage. Okei, vedetään. Suklaachippi. Siitä. Me mennään nyt ilman sensoreita. Joo. Tuo näyttää siltä, että täältä mennään. Pitäisikö antaa tuo olla, kun äänen vai meni sen suhteen käy loputtomasti noita. Okei, tyyppi tulossa. Sitten lähtee tuolta. Pitäisikö mun kamppeet vielä kattoo? Yes. Pam 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 pam. Käydäs ylhäällä. Okei, uniform water. Noin. Mennäänpä sitä oven kautta. Täällä olisi kyllä hyvä napsia niitä matalaksi alas, mutta pitääkö nyt säästää vaan varustetakin? Tuolla on tommonen taas. Toi pakko ampuu.
Ah, you're wearing the chocolate chip pattern.
Chocolate chip? You mean this camouflage?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a camo pattern called that before.
Yeah, I know.
Kamollekin
I just
omat
started up right
kommentit.
now. The chocolate chip pattern is probably designed to provide cover in a desert environment. It should work best against a sandy or rocky background.
Makes sense, but why'd you call it chocolate chip?
Because that's what it reminds me of.
What?
Those little round cookies the Major's always snacking on?
They're not cookies, they're
Ai.
scones.
Major.
It's not a snack, it's afternoon tea.
Snack, tea, same thing?
No, it's not. Look here, afternoon tea is a fine old English tradition.
Uh-oh, here we go again. Talk to you later, Snake.
The origins of afternoon tea go back to the Victorian era. Anna Maria...
Nyt tulee kunnolla tilitysteistä. Oi hyvä aika. Juu, eli kannattaa käydä kamollekin läpi. Saa hyvää dialogia. No, mentiin ehkä vähän liian äänekkäästi. Joo. Mousetrap. Kokeilepa mousetrappi tähän muuten. Voidaan samalla syödäkin jotain näistä. Asked about flavor but wasn't answered. Kokeillas. Kun on videopätkä. Raakaa meno. Nam nam. Noniin. Kunnon ateriointi. Game. Täyttäis mittareita. Kokeillaanpa se. En mä tiedä sitä, onko sillä väliä. Kokeilla. Kuinka hyvin se pelittää tässä. Mä en muistaakseni omalla läpipelukerralla hirveästi sitä silloin käyttänyt. Tuo vaikka nyt... Eikö hetkinen? Sitten tällä puolella. Mousetrap. Pistetäänpä tästä. Noniin. Siinä on tämmönen juustopalakin. Ja se jäi siihen. Toimii. Ja niihin muistaakseni pystyi vihutkin astumaan. Ja myös itsekin. Can be retrieved by crawling over. Noin, saahan takas. Oh. Uh-oh. Täälläkin tavaraa. Pitäisiköhän tuokin tosta kaataa melkein. Ihan hieno kopterimalli. Näin läheltä katsottuna. Dydiin. Pitäisiköhän tuo napata? Tai en mä tiedä. Mitä me napataan? Suoraan vaan. Antidoottia. Paljon lääkkeitä. Siellä on vielä tyyppi. Näin, ja antaa kampetta. Dynamiittia kyllä vettiin. Bolshoi Pass Crevice. Tuleeko ensimmäinen bossi tappelu meillä? Taitaapi tullut. Ja. Meow! He's back.
Ah, you're here at last. Looks like the boss's info was right.
Kolmas kerta toden sanoo.
Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat.
Oselotin maukuminen tässä niin huippu.
I hate to disappoint the Cobras, but you're mine now. All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way. Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone.
Kunnon pyörittäminen. Siltä, että miä on pilkkutappelu luvassa. Kyllä vain. Kunnon show off. Siinä on pakko päästä vauhottanut laseella.
This time I've got 12 shots.
Show off.
Okay.
Noin. Ja totta kai tässäkin voidaan käydä korkit läpi.
Snake, the only way to proceed is to fight. You have to defeat Ocelot. You can't jump over that crevice, and hand-to-hand combat is out of the question. You'll have to shoot it out with him. Take cover behind something and wait for an opening. Then attack him in first-person view. Ocelot is using a revolver. Revolvers take a long time to reload when they run out of bullets. When he stops to reload, that's your chance to attack. Snake, you won't survive a fall into that crevice. Make sure you don't fall into it while rolling by
Niin kuin mulle kävi MGS2, melkein tuohon mitä se sanoo.
Even if Ocelot hides in a blind spot, you can still shoot him from up in the trees. If he hides from you, climb a tree and attack him from there. Snake, you won't survive. Snake.
Joo, lisää vai?
It looks like there's a hornet's nest up there. If it falls down, you'll be attacked by the hornets inside. If you get attacked by hornets, swing your survival knife around or use a smoke grenade to drive them off. Wearing light-colored clothing can also be effective.
Valkoinen vaatetuskin vai?
There's a hornet's nest
Ai se muuten sellaista oselottihammastakin.
You have a serious injury, like a snake. You run a higher risk of getting seriously injured if you're hit by an attack at close range. If you're engaging in proximity combat, use caution. If you get seriously injured, go into the snake.
Tää on käyty.
There's a hornet's nest over by Ocelot too. If it drops on him, it might just create an opening. Try shooting it down.
No, shit.
That guy is using a single-action army. It's a 6-shot 45 caliber revolver. The only drawback is that because it's a revolver, it's a pain in the ass to reload. Ocelot will be open to attack while he's reloading.
Samalla kuin
Use that window to unload on it. Ocelot has 2 single-action army revolvers. That gives him 12 bullets in all. Keep a close eye on his remaining rounds. When he stops to reload, open fire. Ocelot had...
Ocelot is a force to be reckoned with. Don't even think about running away. The only way to proceed with the mission is to defeat him. They say that Ocelot can hit targets hiding behind obstacles by using ricochet shots. Rocks and trees won't...
Samalla kuin MG1:kin ne luoditkin
in the same spot, you'll only be making yourself an easy target. Don't stand still. Keep moving. I'm not sure why, but Ocelot seems to have a thing for his cap. You might be able to get him to let down his guard by shooting it off his head.
Päästä. Sekin voisi olla.
All the exits are being blocked by members of the Ocelot unit. They're fiercely loyal to Ocelot. Even if Ocelot ordered them not to get involved, they might just step in to back him up if he gets in trouble. If you get attacked by one of the Ocelots, use a grenade or something to fight back. All the exits are being...
Jatketaan. Nyt vois käyttää kovaa äänistä. Noniin. Vitsi. Sillä on ikävästi vähän apureita. Tuosta. Käärme! Mitä hittoa? Käärme puraisee mua kesken bossitappelu. Mulla on ikinä käynyt noin oikeesti. Mitä helvettiä? Ensimmäistä kertaa elämässä. Käärme puraisee mua kesken bossitappelu. Ei oo tosi. Voiko näin käydä? Mutta se olisi tuosta. No niin.
I've never felt the tension like this before. Different from simply changing a clip.
Kun animaatit.
This reload time is exhilarating.
Se on ihan innoissaan.
A quick draw tool.
Huh?
I love it.
Okei. Tää kun se... Net. Tää on pakko oikein se hattusa. Okei, meillä on tullut varmaan gunshot woundia vähän. Otas nyt, mitä siinä on muuta? Bleedaa. Ja vielä... Noin. Gunshot wound. Hetkinen, pystyykö sitä enää millään muuta laittaankaan? Veitsi. Luoti pois. No niin. Noin. Kävi lakkia hakki, niin sitten sämppä saattaa sitä.
Damn it. Found us.
Ai. Revolkkaa käyttää niinku tuulettimena vai? Tai propellina? Pistää hengiltä kaikki.
You were lucky. We'll meet again.
Ja Snakelle käy mitään. No niin. Pakko varmaan vielä cave-osuus mennä ja sitten tallentaa mahdollisesti. Tai kyllä mä tallennan nyt. Kerran vaan kamppit tästä läheltä ja sitten tallentaa. Kyllä muuta. Tekis soittamista voisi tehdä vielä loppuun. Se on muutenkin pakko tehdä, että voi pelin tallentaa.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Major.
Snake.
Are you all right? You're not hurt?
No. That was a hell of a drop, but I'm fine. Looks like there's no way back up, though.
I see. Well, anyway, it's good to hear you're not injured. Slipping and falling may not have been part of the plan, but getting into that cave was. Proceed further into the cave. The cave seems to be structured like a maze, but there's an exit somewhere.
Juu, jos on maze, niin parempi. Mä en muista yhtään sitä reittiäkään, ja mä tiedän, että mun pitää aamulla kuitenkin herätä, niin ehkä mä päätän streamin näiden keskustelun jälkeen.
Then what is it?
It's dark in here.
Dark?
Yeah, there's no light anywhere. I should have brought a flashlight with me.
So what you're saying is that it's going to take you a while because you don't have a flashlight?
Right.
Snake, if you don't have a flashlight, you should be looking for a substitute. I tell you, American soldiers these days rely too much on ready-made equipment.
Here we go again.
What was that?
Nothing.
American soldiers rely too much on ready-made equipment. And not only that, they can't seem to grasp that one piece of equipment can have multiple functions. Back when I was in the SAS,
minun aikana oli
trained to use every piece of equipment in as many ways as possible. If you don't have a flashlight, look for something else. You need to develop flexible, innovative thinking if you want to... Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah, of course I am.
First, take a look at what you're carrying with you now. Don't you have anything that can provide you with some light? First, take a look at what you're carrying. Snake, those hornets that attacked you while you were fighting Ocelot.
I know. They look familiar, like the ones I saw during the Virtuous mission.
So it was one of the Cobras?
That's what Ocelot was saying, too.
Keep your guard up.
I will.
Snake, the damage that an enemy takes from your...
No,
if you crawl into the ground, you can get it...
Okay, seuraava.
I see you've got yourself a ration. Rations are portable meals carried by Soviet soldiers.
I've heard some nasty stories about how they taste.
It looks like the rumors are true.
Great.
Hey, you should be grateful. Those things are designed to last. No matter how long you keep a ration, it'll never
Se on
go
ainakin hyvä.
bad. And they're surprisingly good for you too.
I'd take a snake over this any day, even if it's a little.
Oh wow. Niin pahamakoisia.
You are hopeless. Food poisoning is caused by eating poisonous food. When you have to eat.
So you've got your uniform and your face paint.
Alright, samaa settiä hälläkin.
You're on a solo sneaky.
Alright, ei oo näkö... Eeva kattoo.
Snake, are you alright?
Yeah, just barely. What the hell were all those hornets?
Most likely that was the pain, one of the cobras.
I figured as much. Are they tracking me?
I don't know. The cobras only take orders from the boss. Not even Volgin knows what they're really up to, so I don't know anything about them either.
No kidding.
I'll try and dig up as much as I can about them. You just focus on moving ahead. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown with mangroves. This leads to the Ponizovye swamp. And Snake, be careful. That cave
is pitch dark inside.
Good. I did remember to tell you then. If it's completely dark and you need a light, try using a torch. I heard there's some emergency torches stored somewhere in that cave.
Okei, torchia sitten lähtee hakemaan.
Got it.
Seuraavassa streamissa.
Huh?
Where are the torches?
How should I know? Go find them yourself. Snake, have you heard about the massacre that happened in the forest near the village of Gnezdovo?
The Katyn Forest Massacre, right?
During World War II, the German army came upon the bodies of 4,000 dead Polish in the forest of Katyn.
Yeah, Germany blamed the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union denied it, blaming Germany in return.
The truth is that Stalin ordered the NKVD to carry out the killings. And it's not just Katyn. In places like Western Ukraine and Belarus, there must have been at least 20,000 Poles in the prison camps.
Why are you telling me this?
Volgin was one of the people responsible.
Niinkö silloin oli se
He was one of
100 000
the
lukema?
vicious leaders behind it.
Volgin was?
He blamed it on a prisoner revolt to allay any fears, and requested they be put to death. I've heard that Volgin even removed the blindfolds from each prisoner before he beat them to death.
I knew he wasn't all there in the head, but this...
Not someone you could be friends with. That cave is known as Chornaya Peshara. In Russian, Chornaya Peshara means the black cave from which cold wind blows.
Okei.
It's a magma cavern.
Nimensä mukana. Tuulee paljon ja on pimeää.
Back when Salino-Yarsk was the site of volcanic activity. The structure of the cave is pretty complex, but you should be able to find the aqueduct if you keep moving inward. Head toward the interior of the cave. If it's completely dark and you need a light.
Okay. Nyt alkaa toista. No niin, nyt tallennetaan ja sitten loppuu tää striimi tältä päivältä.
You want to save?
Yes. Ja varmaan tulee mukava leffafakta vielä tähän loppuun.
Snake.
Oh,
have you seen
hyvä leffa.
007 From Russia with Love?
007.
I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you.
Ai niin jo.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets, the cars, the guns? Snake, wouldn't you like to have a gun shaped like a pen?
Good as a pen gonna do me.
Look
like a fool.
Then what about a snake-shaped gun? You could make it look like you're grappling with a giant snake and then get a shot in on them while they're distracted.
Okay, now you're being ridiculous.
We'll make you a snake-shaped
Kärnpyssy.
holds up and fits
For the
into a
win.
attaché case.
Will you give it a rest?
Oh, I get it. You're worried about how to handle the ladies, aren't you? I knew it. To tell you the truth, I don't like the idea of playing hanky-panky with enemy femme fatales. But that's part of Bond's appeal. You could learn a thing or two.
No niin.
I mean, what about this Eva? What are you planning to do with her?
I don't even trust her yet.
No, that's not what I mean. You can't let yourself get involved. This is a game of spy versus spy. She's using you just as much as you're using her.
I realize that.
You've got to grab the initiative, and to do that, you have to get the upper hand in the relationship.
No niin.
That's what a spy is supposed to
Zero
do.
ihan innoissaan.
Get the upper hand. I don't think I'm cut out for that mission.
Maybe if you change your code name to 00 Snake. 007 is the biggest syndicate since the Mayflower. I wouldn't be surprised if they made 20 more of those movies.
Didn't you know? The Major is a huge James Bond.
Yep.
Don't get him worked up like
Huomataan.
Worked up.
Maybe you don't realize this, but now that you've got him started talking about Bond, I'm going to have to listen to him lecture for a whole hour after he gets off the radio. It's too bad you can't enjoy such a great movie, though.
I guess I'm just one of those people who can't enjoy spy flicks.
Oi hitsi. Tähän on hyvä päättää. Tuo tallennuspuhe oli kyllä aivan ehdottoman. Mä en muistellut kuinka hyvä toi oli. Alright. Mutta pikemmittä puheitta, niin mennään title screenin kautta. Ja hyvää settiä. Jatketaan kyllä sitten streamissa MGS3 kanssa ehdottomasti eteenpäin. Ja muutakin eeppistä juttua. Katsotaan sitten milloin tuleekaan. Tänään perjantai, että jos hyvällä tuurilla tänäänkin ehtis, niin siinä voisi olla semmoinen mahdollisuus sitten. Mutta pikemmittä puhetta, kiitos ruudun jälkeen. Nähdään sitten myöhemmin. Se on kaikille. Moi moi!